Eyes on Asia, looking at Japan this morning. One of the things that's really impressed me about Moraine Valley Community College is this global education program. You know, in many ways, the world around us is where we have to look to learn about our own world. And being able to infuse this into our classrooms and into the culture of our college, I think, is a tremendous asset. I also want to take a moment this morning to thank Dr. Linda Gruber for her work in putting this series together. We have a vision statement that says, we envision a world-class college that meets current and emerging community needs for education and training through excellence and service and outstanding programs offered in a stimulating learning environment. Linda's efforts through the Global Education Program have really helped us to try and realize it, to make that a reality in our institution. This is Linda's last program. She'll be retiring this year. Woo! So I wanted to say a special thank you to her publicly for the work that she's done, and get out of the way now so that you can have a good program today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ludwig. If you've attended these workshop seminars before, you know I always have housekeeping details, and I have a few. Yes, this is my last time being up here, and I want to thank many of you who have been loyal supporters along the way. I'd like to thank you for your support, and I know it will continue in the future because of your interest and your commitment to global education. The format for the day will be that each presenter will have 15 minutes to present, and then 10 minutes have been allotted for questions and answers, and then we'll have a 15-minute break, and you have the agenda in your packet. Lunch is going to be very special. It's a Japanese lunch prepared by culinary arts instructor Ann Jackham and her culinary arts students. One in particular, Asagi, is doing the Japanese lunch as her graduation project, so she's taken real interest and pride in what she's going to offer us at lunchtime. In your folder, hopefully you found your name badge, and there is an evaluation form. Please, please help us to improve these sessions by filling that out at the end of the day. For those of you who qualify for PGUs, there's a PGU form in your packet. The bibliographies have been beautifully researched and presented by Mamako, and she will go through those at the end of the day. She's so thorough that she even did a search of what Moraine Valley's Learning Resources Center has in its acquisitions. So that's very helpful to all of us. And a word about the lunch, because it's not just a lunch. And I want to, to thank the students and to thank Ann, and we'll do that later. It's going to be a presentation. It's not just food. It's going to be a cultural presentation, and so they would appreciate your attention during that time. I told them that you will want a break after the lunch, but just so that you're prepared, that you know that there's going to be some cultural information shared at the lunch. I'm sure someone in the room knows how to say in Japanese, please silence your cell phones and your pagers, as I will do now. We are concluding our look at East Asia today. We did China in the fall, and subsequent to that, some of you are going with us on Sunday, May 21st to see Nixon in China. And if you had signed up for a ticket, that is in your folder as well. We are taping today's session. If you want to follow up at a later date to view that, it'll be housed in the LRC. But a reminder, please, if you are asking a question, making a comment, please be conscious of your audibility. And Ray, our ever faithful video person, is very conscious of that, but we really want to maximize the presentation today. So when you ask your questions, please be conscious of that. What else can I tell you? We have to thank Sandy Broadbent. It was her idea and her pre-work on the cultural quiz, so I hope you all fill that out. Sandy's going to go through that and announce the winner at the end of the day. She's donated a very nice gift for that, so I think we have a winner in the room. And And now for the important part, our speakers. Japan is ever with us. When I was driving over to the college this morning, I was listening to NPR, and they're doing a program this morning on Japanese education and how some of it is being tried in the United States. So the influence certainly is with us, and we are very privileged to have such a sterling group of speakers from the University of Chicago. I've been asked on their behalf to announce the summer program they're having. Every June they do a special outreach to educators, and every year it has a different theme. Last year it was media, some of us went, it was excellent. And this year it is epidemics then and now, infectious diseases around the world. And I was saying how ironic, because last night Global Education and Health Sciences partnered for a talk on biothreats with a speaker from Children's Memorial Hospital in Chicago. So these very attractive posters will be on that desk. If you are interested, please pick one up. And now for our very first speaker. Yuki Miyamoto is actually an alumna of the University of Chicago. She earned her PhD in ethics from the University of Chicago Divinity School in 2003. She's a visiting assistant professor in the Department of Religious Studies at DePaul University. Her dissertation is entitled Narrative Boundaries, the Ethical Implications of Reinterpreting Atomic Bomb History. So today she is going to share with us the role of religion in the 20th century. Please welcome Yuki.
Miyamoto, and thank you very much for having us today, and I was very looking forward to it, so I'm very glad to be here. Today, my theme is religion's role in the 20th century in Japan. What I would like to do today is, first of all, I would like to talk about or outline what religion is in Japan. And if you are familiar with so-called Western monotheistic tradition, then maybe religion in Japan looks very different. So I would like to begin with that discussion and then move on to some main religious traditions in Japan, including Shinto, Buddhism, and some other Chinese traditions as well, and Christianity. And in the end, I'm hoping that I can have some time to discuss the atomic bomb incident, partly because that's my dissertation topic and I'm still working on it. And also, the other reason is, I think that understanding how the Japanese people try to come to terms with this historical incident is very important, and also we can see some religious sensibilities in their understanding of the atomic bombings. So, and then the atomic bombing, the atomic bombs is still very relevant to our everyday life. Iran is discussing if they can develop the nuclear powers, and it's always there, but somehow we are not aware, we are not conscious about it all the time. So it may be a good opportunity for us to revisit what happened 61 years ago. Okay, so let me begin first. What is religion in Japan? And in my class, I'm teaching some of the religious courses at DePaul University. And the first thing I do to students is that asking students, okay, so what religious traditions do you think that you can see there in Japan? And some students would say, well, Shinto or Buddhism, and I give them these numbers. Shinto followers, approximately this number, and tricky thing is what it means to be followers. But I will put that question aside and then give you some numbers. So Shinto, this number, and next is Buddhism. Buddhist followers, this number, and I asked students, so what is wrong with these figures? And some students can actually answer, others are like, they have, most times they don't know what I'm asking. And then I give them the total, and at this point some students realize what I'm talking about. The problem here is Japan's total population is this number. So what is going on? So this is my first question when I talk about Japanese religions. So in Western monotheistic tradition, not necessarily Western, but in the monotheistic tradition, religion is about believe it or not, or belong it or not. But as these figures show you, in Japan, religion is not necessarily about belonging certain religious groups or going to church or temple like regularly and having a community. Community is an important notion, but more importantly for them is to participate in festivals, participate in worshiping, but not necessarily believing certain deities exclusively. So therefore, they don't have any problems going to Shinto shrine on New Year's Day and having a Buddhist funeral. So that's not the problem. So that might be a question, that might be a notion that we might want to keep in our mind. By the way, these numbers is from 1991, so it's a little outdated, but I don't think there is any drastic change in terms of the proportion. And next thing, which I usually introduce to the students, is Christianity. Interestingly, the number here indicates that only less than 1% of the entire Japanese population believes or claims that they are Christians. So here, Christians means that person who is baptized and registered perhaps at the church. Then the number goes down to less than 1%, including Catholics and Protestants, both. Both together, less than 1%, constitutes less than 1% of the entire population. However, this is another maybe enigmatic phenomena in Japanese religious traditions. 75% of the households celebrate Christmas. So again, it is not so much problematic to the Japanese people to celebrate Christmas, even though that's supposedly to celebrate the birth of the Messiah. And this is my personal experience. I actually read this article about, it's in a magazine, this kindergarten, which was run by Buddhist temple, they actually celebrate Christmas. So that's how the religiosity, Japanese religiosity is. So this is the first thing I usually tell my students. So maybe religion, which you think, if you are familiar with monotheistic tradition, maybe religion, you might want to stretch out that concept of religion. So now, I would like to move on to some historical outline, how each religious traditions developed in Japan, how it was introduced to Japan. Some of them came from different countries. And Shinto, first I would like to talk about Shinto and then move on to Buddhism. And hopefully when I was talking about Buddhism, I can touch upon the ancient philosophy of yin, yang, and 5 elements in China, because they also very much influenced people's everyday life. But since those things did not come to Japan as an institution, so therefore people are not even aware that this came from Chinese philosophy. And the 2B, that's about Onryo worship, which is a belief in the spirits of the dead and alive. So people believe that there are spirits out there, which is from the person who is dead, maybe, or could be alive. So that's, I'm hoping that I can touch upon. And thirdly, inari worship. This is very prevalent worship, but interestingly, there is not much study done. And there is actually a very good study here. Karen Smeyer's book, The Fox and the Jewel, but their conclusion is, we still don't know what this inari deity is. Yet this is very prevalent. So I would like to touch upon that. And in the end, I would like to talk about briefly Christianity in conjunction with the atomic bomb incident. The connection there, I will explain in a minute. Shinto, I would like to begin with Shinto. Shinto, literal translation is the way of kami. To is the way, as in Tao, in Taoism. So Shinto meaning the way of kami. The question is, what is kami? And kami is another very difficult concept to define. So the 18th century scholar tried to define what kami is, and he ended up saying that kami can be anything which provokes awe-inspiring feelings. So it can be the natural phenomena like typhoon or wind or rain, thunderstorms, or it can be a historical figure like heroes, historical figure, or mythical figure, or something inanimated being, like rocks or mountains. So again, the definition of kami is very broad. And some scholars say that it's an indigenous tradition to Japan, and other scholars say it's not. It is also very hard to define Shinto itself. Shinto, it seems like this powerful clan in Japan in the third century. They worshipped this goddess, sun goddess, and then from there it incorporated different religious traditions, animism, pantheism, polytheism, shamanism, and incorporated the rituals of purification and exorcism. And then it seems like it takes a shape of Shinto, but Shinto is always changing as other religious traditions. So I will point out different aspects of Shinto. And as I said, Shinto is very much concerned with purity and fertility. So purity is something also, it is related with the concept of sin. And again, sin is a very Western monotheistic understanding. But for them, for the people who follow Shinto, sin is something in other words, in Shinto, human beings are not innately evil. So there is no such a thing as the original sin. And something more like something attached to you. So therefore, if that's the sin, therefore it's important to purify it and to exercise or to purify it and to detach that sin from you physically, and then you are emotionally, mentally, spiritually okay. So that's the understanding of sin. And worship of ancestors, which also has influence from Confucianism, but also Shinto took it and developed it. Interesting thing is, Shinto is less concerned with life after death. In fact, death is something you are not supposed to come in contact with. So if you have to deal with death or the dead body, you also need to purify yourself, which actually came from one of the episodes about Shinto deities. Which was recorded in these two chronicles, which I put in the bottom of the screen, Kojiki and Nihongi, or Nihon Shoki. There are many interesting episodes. I would like to give you some ideas. Izanagi and Izanami are the deities. They are the seventh generation of the deities. And again, unlike the monotheistic tradition, we don't know the origin of these deities. We don't know the origin of the universe, but there is there. There is a deity, and then somehow Izanagi and Izanami are the seventh generation, and then they created the land of Japan, and then they created other deities. So important thing is they created the land of Japan. So that's how the land of Japan is so related to these deities in Shinto. And supposedly Izanagi, male deity, gave birth to this sun goddess, Amaterasu. And she was enshrined, the Ise shrine, which I will show you pictures later. And this is the lineage. Why is it important for us to know about Izanagi, Izanami, or Amaterasu? It's because Amaterasu is the sun goddess which was enshrined at Ise, which is a very interesting shrine, which I will explain in a minute. And Amaterasu's grandson, who is called Ninigi, and these are mythical figures which are recorded in the previous two chronicles, Kojiki and Nihongi. And Ninigi is the grandson of Amaterasu, and he's supposed to come down from the heaven and rule over the land of Japan. And his grandson is Jimmu. He is the first emperor, supposedly. He's also not, the scholars would say he is not the historical figure, but he is recorded as the first emperor. Why is he important? It's because still to this day, the emperor is counted from Jimmu. In Japan, there is the emperor, the current emperor Akihito is the 125th emperor. The number is supposedly traced back to Jimmu. So they value this lineage. And this is Ise shrine. There are actually inner shrine and outer shrine, and it's interesting why there are two shrines. There are interesting things which I cannot really get into today. As you can see, it's a very simple structure. But another interesting thing is, every 20 years, they rebuild this whole structure. So therefore, you can see a vacant lot, a vacant piece of land right next to the one which those shrines were built. And the vacant land is the one which they used to rebuild the new one. So alternately, they built one shrine, and then 20 years later, they demolished it, and then rebuilt another in the land which is next to each other. And next one is, supposedly they were doing this every 20 years, but at one point the imperial household lost its power, financial power, so they were not able to do that. They were not able to keep doing that every 20 years. But supposedly that's what they should do, and the next one is actually 2013. So if you get a chance, you might want to go there. So that's, and I think this actually tells us some of the religiosity of the Japanese people. So it's important for them to keep things new, and it's a kind of polite way for them to dedicate a new thing to deities. Later on, later on to Japan, Buddhism was introduced, and Shinto and Buddhism at the very beginning had a difficult time to adjust to each other. But then later on, Shinto was incorporated into Buddhist theology. I would like to skip a couple of slides and then move on to Buddhism. I will come back to Shinto later. So now I'm moving on to Buddhism, which is officially introduced to Japan in the 6th century. Officially meaning there is an image of Buddha which is believed to be given by the King of Korea. And then there is, the year was written, but then there are different documents which contradicts that year. So we don't know for sure what year this image was actually given, but in the 6th century. Sometime in the 6th century. But even before that, people were coming, migrating to the land of Japan. So therefore, to the land of Japan from the mainland China. So therefore, they probably brought some Buddhist teachings, Buddhist worship with them. So some people must have been familiar with Buddhism even before this official introduction. And person who is, I always mention is this person. Prince Shotoku, who is the one trying to introduce Buddhism officially to the court and also endorse Buddhism, try to spread Buddhist teachings. He is also known as a person who wrote this 17-article constitution, which is said that the first constitution in Japan. And interestingly, the first thing he said, or the first article of this constitution says, harmony is to be valued. So harmony is to be valued, which came from the Confucian text, the Analects, but then this came first. And then secondly, the second article says, reverence the three treasures, which means the three treasures of Buddhism. So the first thing he says something about Confucianism, the second article is about Buddhism. The three treasures is usually Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And thirdly, the third constitution is about emperor. When you receive the imperial order, obey them. So that's what he said. Horyuji, this is a temple which he built. It is said that he built, and you can see the tower. Early Buddhism, it's always this tower, which is called the pagoda. Tower and main hall are paired. But then tower became outdated later, especially after the image of Buddha was introduced to Japan. But this one was built in the 6th century, in the 7th century, and then burned down once, and then rebuilt. But still, this is the oldest wooden structure in the world. And this is in Nara, near Nara. And I'm moving on to the next time period, which is called the Nara period, and it's because the capital is placed in Nara. In Nara Buddhism, there are 6 different schools were introduced to Japan, and actually Theravada Buddhism was also introduced, but it died out. So mainly Mahayana Buddhism survived, and one of which is Kegon School, and they were very influential back then. How influential? They were so influential that they were able to build this huge temple. And it's not just a temple, which is huge. Inside, there is a very big Buddha image, which I will show you in a minute. This is the entrance of the main hall, and you can see, in the left side, you can see the entrance, and you can see a little statue placed by the gate, and that's actually Shakyamuni on the right side, Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni is a Siddhartha Gautama, a historical figure. When I show this picture, I'm always asked, my students ask me, so what about those fat laughing Buddha? And that's always I'm asked the question. So I have to tell them that, well, that's actually not Shakyamuni Buddha, that's actually a Buddhist monk from China called the Putai, but somehow it got mixed up. And it even further mixed up in Japan, that Putai became a Shinto deity Daikoku later, but it's just too much complication. Okay, so inside of this building, this is Lochana Buddha, which later is identified as Mahavairochana. Mahavairochana is often called the cosmic Buddha. And as cosmic Buddha, it's portrayed as, it's visualized as very big. And can you see the people who are standing over there? They are actually standing, so you can see how big this statue can be. Next period is Heian period, and there are two schools which I would like to introduce. There are Tendai school. The significance of this Tendai school is very inclusive. They are exoteric but also esoteric. And they are often compared to the Vatican because they are, at one point in the history, they were in charge of everything, the tax, lending money, selling sake, and they have so much revenue and they were very influential. Up until the 16th century, Tendai school was one time burned down by a feudal lord. But up until then, Tendai is a very influential Buddhist school in Japan. Another one is Shingon school. The founder is Kukai, and this is esoteric school. It seems like Kukai is much more charismatic person than Saicho. There are not many episodes about Saicho, but there are many, many episodes of Kukai. Kukai found out he is always associated with the water. He found the fountains, or he hit the ground and then water came out from the ground, or all those episodes. One of the episodes is that some people, it's because he was so charismatic, there are people who believe that he was a Buddha or either Bodhisattva. So some people did not believe that Kukai died. And some people believe that Kukai is still praying for us in this meditation hall. And that meditation hall is off limit. No one really get inside. But then in the 13th century, some monk tried and opened this meditation hall, and then there is, sure enough, there was Kukai praying for us, but then long hair, long beard, so he cuts his beard and his hair and put on new clothes and then close the door, and afterwards no one really comes back. And then those episodes, lots of those episodes. But anyway, Mudra, Mandala, Mantra is something I would like to introduce. Mudra is hand gestures. You might remember the image of Buddha, which has these hand gestures, which actually means something, meaning not fear, do not fear. And each Buddhist statues have different hand gestures, which means something. Some of them is touching on the ground, which means enlightenment. So all those different meanings. And Kukai, encouraged the practitioners to use mudras in meditating. And mandala, which might be familiar to you, and especially sand mandala might be very known here in the States, but that's kind of Tibetan tradition, Tibetan Buddhist tradition. In Japan, they don't use the sand, but instead they use the paintings. And mantra is a chanting practice. And this is mandala, which I was talking about. This is a diagram of the universe. And since Shingon school believes that there are two different worlds, diamond world and womb world, so that's why they have two different mandalas. But those schools are for the elites. In order to study the sutra is a sacred text, and in Buddhism there are a large number of, there is no canon, so there are a large number of sacred texts. So, but those are for the elites. You need some time to study the sutra, to interpret the sutra, and during this Kamakura period, the aristocrats' ruling was taking place by the ruling of the warrior class. And then during this time period, interesting movement emerged. Well, good thing about learning about Japanese religious traditions is that unlike China, Japan does not have long history, and also these are the kind of last movements in Japan. So after these, like I'm always encouraging my students that, well, after you remember these schools, there is not much new thing. So that's kind of good to know. There is, roughly speaking, there are 3 schools. One is Pure Land, in which people believe this Amida Buddhism, and this is a very interesting belief system because it's more, it's closer to monotheistic tradition. So you have to have faith in this particular Buddha, and not other than that, not anything else, nothing else. So Pure Land is the people who believe in Amida Buddha, who is residing in Western Paradise, which is called also Pure Land, so therefore their name came from that. But in Pure Land school, there are 2 different schools. One is Pure Land, another is True Pure Land. And this is important for us because True Pure Land is the largest Japanese Buddhist organization today. True Pure Land is the largest Buddhist institutions today. And if you go to Kyoto, there is a huge temple, although that was built later in the 17th century. Nichiren is another interesting school which relevant to today's Buddhist movement. There are many sub-schools came from Nichiren school, but one of them actually formed this political party, and another is also called Soka Gakkai, which actually has a university in the United States. So they are very focusing on evangelizing Buddhism. So they have this university in the United States. Zen is probably, you might have heard of, it's a well-known Buddhist tradition which came from China. So I would like to go over very briefly each one. Pure Land and True Pure Land. Honen is the founder, and Shinran is actually the disciple of Honen. Both of them were kicked out expelled from the Tendai school, but both were Tendai monks, which is interesting. And Honen was very critical. The reason why he was expelled is that he was very critical about scholasticism in Tendai monk because they were so focusing on the elite class, and they were not so much concerned about the common people. So what he came up with is this practice which called Nembutsu practice. Because this practice, you don't need to know Chinese in order to read the sutra, so anyone can practice. And you don't need luxury to just devote your time to studying. But then just chanting this is something you can do while you are farming or while you are cooking. So this is the practice for the common people. And then Shinran, who is the disciple of Honen, he is also former Tendai monk. He is often compared to Martin Luther. Although Shinran is 200 years earlier than Martin Luther. One of the reasons is that he also says faith alone. And here, faith alone meaning have faith in Amida Buddha. And he often uses this term Allah power because he says, well, don't even think that you can save yourself. You are a helpless being, you are a helpless creature. The only being who can save us is Amida. So depend on other power, meaning depend on Amida's power, not on yourself. And he also married and had children. And traditionally, the head of True Pure Land is taken over the descendants of Shinran. Nichiren is another former Tendai monk who was also expelled. He was another very charismatic person, and he has this deep faith in the Lotus Sutra, so therefore he was saying, he was criticizing Pure Land because Pure Land does not believe in the Lotus Sutra but believe in Amida. And Nichiren was also criticizing the Zen school. Interesting thing about him is he also came up with this daimok practice, which is basically the similar practice as Nembutsu, chanting this all the time. The last point That's his piece. He wrote this piece in 1260. And basically in this writing, he says, well, we have to restore our faith in the Lotus Sutra, and otherwise we are going to be invaded. ADI is going to come. And he was so confident. He sent this book to the shogun, but the shogun was like, what are you saying? And he was not really taken seriously. But sure enough, later, 15 years later or so, Mongolian actually came to invade Japan twice, which did not succeed because of the typhoon. The wind blew, and then some of the Mongolian ships sank, and some others had to go back. So therefore, Mongolian invasion failed. But because Nichiren sort of predicted this, so therefore, after the Mongolian invasion, there were lots of followers of Nichiren. Oops. And then, there used to be 3 schools, but then one school, Obaku, died out. So I'm not really mentioning here. Rinzai and Soto. Rinzai is more focusing on koan. Koan practice is also used by Soto school, but Rinzai school is known for koan. And if you're not familiar with koan, koan is a kind of riddle which is often used in The Simpsons. Like, this is what I try to do. One of the things is, what is the sound of one hand clapping? And that's one of the well-known koan. And then the aim, the purpose of this riddle is not trying to actually make sound with one hand, obviously. The purpose of this is trying to go beyond the dichotomy of this world and trying to break down this dichotomy of the self and the other, the subject and the object, and go beyond thinking something irrationally, rather rationally. They believe that we can get into a different plane. So this is one of the practice. Excuse me. Soto also uses this koan practice. However, he thinks Dogen, who is the founder, who is also Eisai and Dogen both are former Tendai monks again, and Dogen was a disciple of Eisai. Dogen was more focusing on zazen, which is sitting meditation, so sitting. But he's saying that, well, this shouldn't be the means to the end. In other words, this practice shouldn't be the means to attaining enlightenment. Rather, you have to find enlightenment in this practice, in sitting meditation. Interesting thing about Zen is, since they are trying to break down the dichotomy of the self and the other, or the mind and body, that kind of dichotomy, they are trying to break down, but ironically, because of that, they are more aware of their physical body. And Zen is actually, it is said that this monk, Bodhidharma, who came from India and settled down in Shaolin Temple, and Shaolin Temple is also well known for martial arts, right? And because it started from this Zen practice. And this Bodhidharma also has many interesting episodes, which also has to do with the consciousness of their physical body. So they are very aware of physicality. And one of the examples is that since Bodhidharma was sitting, meditating in the cave for a long time. So in the end, his limbs fell off. So that's one example. And another episode, which is not true, but another episode is that there is one guy who wanted to become Bodhidharma's disciple, but then Bodhidharma was too busy to meditate, so he cannot take any disciple. And he said, no. But then this monk really wants to become a disciple, so one day he cut off his arm and bring it to Bodhidharma. This is how serious I am. So it's all about body. And another example, that there are many, all those weird physical examples. Bodhidharma, it's because he's meditating, but meditating is not easy. And one day he dozed off, and he just couldn't forgive himself by dozing off. So what he did was he cut the eyelids so that he wouldn't doze off, I suppose. So those episodes tells us how they are aware of their body. So that's why this martial arts also developed from Zen practice, which is no wonder. And later on, Zen is so incorporated into the warrior class philosophy, which is also not surprising. Come to think of, the warriors should be aware of their body, how to deal with their body. So there are other political reasons why Zen and warrior class were so close, but this is one of the reasons Zen is so aware of their physical body. And another example is tea ceremony. Tea ceremony came from Zen practice, because those Zen monks were having tea in order to avoid drowsiness. So some caffeine helps, especially early in the morning. So Buddhism, put Buddhism aside now at the moment, and I would like to briefly touch upon Inari worship. Inari worship is very, very popular. For example, during the Tokugawa period, which is 1600 to 1868, there is a satiric poem which goes, "In Edo, shops called Iseya and Inari shrines are as numerous as dog droppings." So that's how this was prevalent. But the thing is, we don't know, that the religious scholars don't know for sure who the Inari deity is. It's called Inari, the deity is called Inari, but we don't know. But it seems like this Inari shrine, another interesting thing is, there are some Inari Shinto shrines, but at the same time there are Inari Buddhist temples. So both Buddhism and Shinto worship the same deity. That's another enigmatic thing. It is said that in early 5th, 6th centuries, this clan called Hata came from the mainland China, and then they brought this worship of, actually the fox worship, but then it changed, it became something else. But the fox survived in this Inari worship. So the fox now is considered as a messenger of Inari deity. And there are many different stories. Inari can be a dakini of Hinduism. It came to Japan and became Inari, or the fox became Inari deity is actually the fox. But then people don't like to worship the animal, so fox became a messenger and Inari became something else. So it's still, there need to be studied. But I would like to introduce this one. Another thing is Christianity. Christianity, in this case, Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, which was introduced by Francis Xavier in 1549. He actually wanted to go to China, but he was sort of forced to come to Japan. And they succeeded in evangelizing, and there are many reasons. Some people might be sincerely drawn to Christian teachings, but others may be interested in what those missionaries brought to Japan, like guns and rifles or matchlock. Those weapons were more appealing to those daimyo. Daimyo is the local feudal lord. And there are some local feudal lords converted to Christianity, and actually at one point of the history of Japan, a piece of land was dedicated to the Jesuit. It was in the 16th century. So it's interesting to think that in the 16th century, a piece of land actually belonged to the Jesuit. But then it became too popular, which threatened to the people in power, so it was proscribed in 1614. But there are some people tried to hand down these Christian traditions, and some of them were called hidden Christian. And some of the teachings incorporated Buddhist and local animism and became something else, became something other than Christianity. And other people returned to Christian church when Christianity, the ban on Christianity was lifted in the 19th century. But I will talk a little bit more about Christianity in Japan in conjunction with the atomic bombing. The year 1868 is an epoch-making year. It's called Meiji Restoration. It's because it's called restoration. It's because the emperor's reign was restored. And of course, some people wondered why it's called restoration. Some people call it revolution instead of restoration. But from this, Japan was trying to militarize its country, open its door to other countries, and so trying not to be colonized, instead they tried to colonize other countries. So this wars and wars and wars, from one to another, they were involved in different wars. And as you know, in 1941, they attacked Pearl Harbor, and that's how they were involved in the World War II in the Pacific front. During this time period, Shinto became a state religion, although they were trying to modernize its country, so therefore they can't really say that Shinto is a state religion, because supposedly religion and state should be separated if you claim it's a modern country. However, so they said it's more like philosophy, or it's more like a backbone, or morality or ethical doctrines. However, it's more like ideology actually. What was going on is they are using Shinto in order to unify people and in order to have people obey to the emperor, so that it's easy to manipulate the common people. So that was what's going on. One of the things which I tell my students is that students tend to think that Buddhism is such a peaceful religion. Well, as I said, Zen is very much aware of their bodies, so there are many interesting stories about it. And Buddhism, as any other religious traditions, can be violent. And this book, Zen at War, explains how not only Zen, but Buddhist schools were involved with the war efforts. Some of them resisted, but others were willingly to support Japan's military invasion or expansion. And then now the third topic, which I would like to talk about, the atomic bombs. The first thing, one of the things I would try to convey, the message I would like to convey to my students is that I'm very against the idea that the atomic bombings is treated as a property to Japanese people. So therefore, the first thing I usually introduce is this. The first atomic bomb detonated in New Mexico, and there are many soldiers who were not well informed, or maybe the scientists did not know enough. So they were not well equipped. They were watching, observing the bomb detonated, and they suffered later from the radiation. So they were also victims. And the second bomb. So my question, usually tricky question, is that when and where was the first bomb dropped? And then the first bomb was actually dropped, well, it detonated in the United States, and some of the American soldiers became victims. The second one was dropped in Hiroshima by the end of 1945. Approximately this number of people died, and 3 days later, Nagasaki. I also introduced this word hibakusha, meaning victims of the bomb, approximately, roughly speaking, the victims of the bomb. And again, in order to tell students that this is not about the Japanese people alone, I introduced these numbers as well. 10% of hibakusha are from the Korean peninsula. But back then, Korea was the colony of Japan. So legally, they can be Japanese, but of course, they were treated as the second-rate citizens. And 10%, which means 1 out of 10, so which is a significant number, but it has been overlooked for a long time. And approximately 4,000 Japanese Americans, these are actually, those people were born in the United States. So therefore, legally Americans. And most of them were, when they were in their early teens or even before that, most of them were sent back to Japan. And interestingly, Hiroshima is the prefecture which sent off the most number of immigrants to the United States. So most of them actually sent back to their grandparents, and most of the grandparents live in Hiroshima. So even though they were legally Americans, but they were sent back to Japan for many reasons, maybe financial reasons. The parents were parents might be having a difficult time financially, so send them back to their parents. Or educational reasons. The first generation might want them to learn Japanese culture and language. So approximately 4,000 Japanese Americans were living in Hiroshima back then. Most of them went there before 1941 Pearl Harbor, and when Pearl Harbor took place, they were stuck in Japan. They were not able to go home. When we say the atomic bombing, I ask my students that this might be the image that you might have in your mind. However, in Japan, when we hear the word the atomic bombing, most of the image they have is this. This is the atomic bomb dome, which is restored and reserved. You can see a dome in the background. This is a Peace Memorial Park. And this is Hiroshima. And in Nagasaki, this is the link to the religious sensibility. In Nagasaki, the atomic bomb was dropped over this cathedral, and half of the residents were Catholics. And think of the number which I gave you in the beginning, how small number of Christians are there. It's surprising to know that half of the residents were Catholics. And then they were the ones who went through this persecution during the 17th, 18th, 19th century. And during the World War II, it's also hard for them to keep the faith because everyone else is worshiping the emperor. So with those hardships, they had this in the end. So they needed to understand why this happened to them. And that's the PDF file which I gave. This medical doctor says, well, it's because those people who were killed by the bomb, they were the sacred lambs, sacrificial lambs. They were so pure, so that's why they were called by God. And this has been criticized. This understanding of the atomic bomb has been criticized because he's saying, well, we thank God because of this. Criticized, and also there are other criticisms about that Japanese people were quiet about it or were not criticizing the United States. It's because maybe they were brainwashed during the occupation period. Maybe there is some to it, but it's interesting to read how other people also trying to understand. And in Hiroshima, there are two Pure Land followers. There are many two Pure Land followers. They also think that, well, I wouldn't blame people who press the button because if I had been born, because they believe in reincarnation. And being born as me is just by chance. So therefore, I could have been born as a pilot of Enola Gay. And if I were, I probably would have pressed the button. So that's Buddhist understanding. So they So I can't really blame anyone. This is all our fault. So we can see some religious sensibilities there, despite the different religious traditions, Catholics and Churchland. I was going to talk about the atomic bomb itself. This is just let me give you some outline. Flash heat blast and radiation often characterizes this bomb, and intense heat goes up to the ground zero. The heat goes up to 7,000 Fahrenheit, which is equivalent to the surface of the sun. And the blast is 9 da 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 da. This is the definition. This doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not a science person. But for example, this much of air pressure, what does that do to human body is that your eyes popped out and your body just burst, and then organs come out from your body, but you can still alive, and those people are walking around. So that's the outline. This is a famous one, the shadow on the steps. You can see these steps in Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park. It's in the glass case, but the shadow itself is getting lighter and lighter. But it's because someone is sitting here, but intense heat and flash printed someone's shadow onto this step, and then person itself just gone at the moment, vaporized. So those are the pictures. And you have a PDF file written by Nagai Takashi, who is a Catholic, which I explained how he tries to come to terms with this incident. And Shigenobu, you may be able to find some internet sources, but he has not published anything in English, but yes, in Japanese. He is saying, well, in Buddhism, everyone is interconnected, so we can't really blame one person or one country.
You're referencing the reading that you had sent previously?
Yes, that's what I meant, PDF
I
file.
got that a few weeks ago. Questions for you? First of all, maybe would you take a question?
Sure, I would like to.
It's such a somber note on which we end.
It's yours.
I have a question. When you're discussing religion, are there differences in how the men and the women interact in the religions, or how accessible the various religions or beliefs are to men and women?
That's a very good question. I think it depends on time period, which time period you're looking at and which school you are looking at. But usually we don't have much records about women. But still, now some of the scholars are looking at some documents and finding what women are doing. But unlike Theravada Buddhism, in Mahayana tradition, which spread in East Asia, they still preserve this order for nuns. So there are nunneries. But when it comes to the leader of the different religious traditions, any religious traditions, Buddhism, Shintoism, there are no women on top of the hierarchy. All those institutions. However, new religions, which I would like to touch upon today, but I was not able to, new religions, some of the new religions which came out, which emerged in the 19th century through modern times, through contemporary times, some of the founders are women. So that's another interesting thing. And also, Inari worship, Inari deity, which is often portrayed as women. And also there's a tradition of Bodhisattva of Kannon, which is very often portrayed as a woman. But actual women's participation is just started being studied.
Is there a contradiction between Shinto or Buddhism and evolution, the theory of evolution?
Would you like repeating that question, please?
Oh, sure. The contradiction between Buddhism and Shinto, especially during the Meiji Restoration.
No, and evolution, the theory of evolution, the science theory.
Oh, science theory. Buddhism often addresses to that, right? Buddhists, that's not quite my area, so I'm not really sure, but I know that some Buddhist scholars are trying to work with people in science and also psychology. In the area of psychology, Buddhism is very much contributing to it. But in science, there are some studies, some people who are working on it, trying to explain how they can be compatible. But one episode, which is about Shakyamuni Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, who was an actual historical figure, lived in the 5th, 6th century BCE in Nepal, born in Nepal and working in India. Someone asks him about the origin of the universe, and he says, well, think about when the arrow hits you, and what are you going to do? Would you think that where this came from, who did this, or you are more focusing on take it off and how to treat yourself? So that's the analogy. He's saying, by this analogy, he's saying, well, being worried about yourself, not about those metaphysical questions. So there is not so much tradition, I guess, because of that story. Does that make sense? Or get to your question?
I have a question. I was reading this article, the Bells of Nagasaki article, and I was thinking about, I read an article in Newsweek that was done back in August for the 60th anniversary of the end of the war. And it was talking about how some of the young people in both the United States, which does not surprise me, but that some of the young people in Japan are not even aware that Japan and the US even fought a war.
Right.
And I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little bit about what you know of today about young people and their version of what they know about the atomic bomb, and what is sort of taught in Japanese schools today about that.
Right. In Japanese schools, the modern history, especially after the World War II or Manchurian incident, which is in 1931, usually the students don't learn much about it. So therefore, and also it depends on where. Because, for example, I'm from Hiroshima, so growing up in Hiroshima, we've been hearing all those things, so no one really, well, and then also we have to go to school on August 6th, which is the anniversary, so we can't really get away with it. But if you are growing up in a different parts of Japan, you can totally, you can spend a day without thinking of it. But if you are, growing up in the city of Hiroshima or Nagasaki, it's just so hard to ignore things. So I would say it's also it's generational, but also regional as well. And sure, and then I forgot to mention, but I took my students to Hiroshima and Nagasaki for 2 weeks, both students to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So if you are interested, I would like to share that story afterwards.
Do you intend to repeat that trip at some point?
Sure.
Another time, another year? Will you do the same trip?
Yes, we are planning next one. This one was summer in 2006. The past summer. 5? Is it 5? So ahead of time. Yes, 2005. Is it? Okay. Summer. Yeah, it says summer. Okay. Summer 2005. Next one is, because summer, especially we went there June and July, and it's rainy season. It's just the worst season of the year. So we decided to go winter 2007.
May I put these on the table?
Oh, yes,
please. Have a look. Thank you again very much.
Sure.
Let's take a short break, 5 minutes. We have tea for your meditation. Tea that my Japanese friends have brought from Japan, so please help yourselves, or coffee. And then we will come back in 5 minutes. Hopefully we'll have a little warmer room. Hopefully you had a chance to get some tea. Our next speaker is is the Robert S. Ingersoll Professor of Japanese Studies at the University of Chicago in the Department of East Asian Languages and Civilizations. She's the author of many works. You have her bio, as you have the bio of each of our speakers in your packet. She studies modern Japanese literature. For you literature people in the room, you'll find that noteworthy. She studies it with an interest in the dialectical pursuit of structural and historical analyses and naive and scholarly responses.
For the preference for the naive.
Professor Field's current research focuses on proletariat literature in Japan and has also been interested in various aspects of Japanese handling of war responsibility. Interesting segue to Yuki's remarks. Today, Dr. Field will talk to us about the post-World War II Constitution, peace, women, and educational opportunity.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. I'm very, very glad to have this chance to speak with you, and intimidated following upon Yuki, and I was just reminiscing to Brian, who will come after me, that there was a day when I was technologically ahead of Yuki. It's so hard to believe. My topic is a peculiar one. Dr. Gruber just kindly introduced me and gave the parts of what I'm talking about. But really what I'm thinking that we have come to is the end of post-war Japan. And it seems, firstly, absurd to call something as ending now when it had officially been declared over 50 years ago. There was a white paper, an economics white paper, issued by the Japanese government in 1956. So 11 years after the end of World War II, that said, the post-war period is over. But still, here we are, in Japan, certainly talking about it. And the second thing that's funny about this is to be talking about the ending of an ending, right? The ending of a period that marked the end of World War II. And I guess I can illustrate this what I mean most economically by recounting an exchange I had with a television producer associated with one of the 3 major dailies in Japan, the Asahi. This past summer, August is the season for memorializing the 2 atomic bombs, the end of the war on August 15th, and so it's also the time for the mass media to plan their August calendar. And he said, you know, people are saying, why are we making a fuss? Because 60 isn't the neat number that 50 is, right? We humans like to produce a whole lot of significance out of round numbers. And someone said jokingly, because 60, the sexgenary cycle in Chinese thought, the 12 animals, zodiacal animals times 5, 60 is when a human life cycle has completed 1 turn, and when you turn 60, you get to be a baby again and start with a clean slate. And he says, of course, that's a joke. He says, and if people ask me if we'll be commemorating the 70th anniversary of the end of the war, I tell them I plan to be making programs on the 70th anniversary of the end of the war. So the question is, why has this war never really ended in Japan? And that's what I'd like to think about with you today, and emphasizing that it's very, very much tied also to the history and the fate of the post-war United States. In fact, they're inseparable. There are roughly 2 ends of the political spectrum, or they're not really the ends, but representing the ends and converging in the middle for why Japanese might feel that the war has never ended. On the one hand, you have very much, particularly beginning in the late 1980s and the 1990s, a sense that we Japanese had never been reconciled with our Asian neighbors. You will remember that Japan has come recently to be noted as the example of the so-called non-West, because I just say that, we can talk about it later if you're interested in that. I don't very much believe in notions of West versus East in the modern world, certainly. but a so-called non-Western country that colonized its neighbors on the theory, which is very hard to argue, that if you looked at the world in the late 19th century, it looked like either you colonized or you were going to be colonized. And what are the choices there? How does one respond? It is a minority view, but a view that has existed in Japan for some time, that if the only choice in the world is to colonize or be colonized, it would have been better to be colonized than to bear the burden of a history of having colonized others. I don't think that's a view that's very often recognized outside as existing in Japan at all, but it has. So the sense that we haven't been reconciled yet, we have not properly apologized, not just verbally as prime ministers have done, but sincerely, which they seem not to have at least persuaded others, or paid compensation. Excuse me, I'm having really Sudafed dry mouth syndrome. And secondly, that the goals, that what had been granted, the possibility of something like a genuine democracy, with the heavy sacrifices paid for in the war, that those goals were never properly achieved, and in fact are receding. And that's what I'll be talking a lot about today. So that's one, that we're not reconciled with our neighbors as we must be. And I should say, since Yuki gave us such a nice setup, that many religious organizations, Christian organizations, and indeed some Buddhist organizations have been very key to this process of seeking reconciliation and forgiveness from our Asian neighbors. This is in marked contrast to the behavior of the current Prime Minister and perhaps most faithful admirer of President Bush, Prime Minister Koizumi, in his insistence on going to Yasukuni Shrine and saying that, you know, hey guys in China and Korea, this isn't against you, right? It's very hard, you know, you have to get over your hang-up about how the war worked out and what we did, because I'm doing this just for peace and our own war dead. So there are others in Japan from a religious conviction engaged in the opposite kind of process from the Prime Minister. That's one kind of way in which the war has refused to end and the post-war drags on. And maybe that's been a good condition I'm beginning to think, that period has not been able to be ended. On the other hand, from very early on, there has been the view that Japan's loss to the United States is really part of a much larger history in which Western powers colonized the non-West, and Japan, being the most developed of the non-Western powers, has had a duty. This is the rationale, which I think was sincerely espoused by some people, for the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Spirit, that it was a duty of Japan as the most developed non-Western, sometimes put non-white nation, to lead the other nations up from under the thumb of Western colonialism. And that Japan's defeat to the United States was yet another chapter of that continued defeat. And therefore what was needed was to reverse the effects of that, to reverse first and foremost the constitution that was implemented, the post-war constitution of Japan, which replaced the imperial constitution, and to regain autonomy. That, in fact, under the post-war constitution, what had happened was that the excess influence, or emphasis on individualism had made Japanese forget their Japaneseness, to become selfish, self-centered creatures. And that's what we really need to be undoing, to recover our continuous identity, going back to Amaterasu and Jinmu, as again, Yuki laid out for us. So these are two broad ways in which I think the post-war has refused to die. I should also add to the last, the notion of a military that, about Article 9, which I hope we'll look at together, that Japan really, the very definition, the very notion of what it means to be an independent nation state means that you have a military and you're capable of defending yourself and attacking if that is also what is called for to maintain your sovereignty. And of course that is what Japan has eschewed in the current constitution. And that again is something that has rankled on the minds of conservative Japanese for a long time. So thinking about why the post-war refuses to die is also to think about what the post-war has meant, what its contents might be said to be. And so I wanted for the series of snapshots today to look at some of the features that to me have seemed salient in post-war Japan. And I apologize because I could not scan most of these images, and some are therefore with my ever diminishing capacity to focus, it seems. All right, so, okay. This is now going to be, some of it will interestingly replicate what Yuki did. And I happen to have gotten a different image. The mushroom cloud, as Yuki pointed out, it's very much what captures the sum total of the nuclear. Is that connected?
Spread the screen.
Does it turn on here?
There you go.
I thought it was some rendition.
Yeah! You're so generous. I should tell you that just recently, I'm teaching a class right now called Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Beyond. And by beyond, I mean precisely what Yuki was saying, that hibakusha are the Americans, not just veterans of Alamogordo, but many of the residents, all the downwinders in the Southwest for the many, many years of testing, downwinders in Hanford, Washington State, Chernobyl, of course, the anniversary, the 20th anniversary of which was 2 days ago, etc. So I think I'm glad to see hibakusha creeping into the English language. But as part of this course, I've taken my class to the archives of the atomic scientists at the University of Chicago, because of course the Manhattan Project happened at Chicago. And the librarian in charge of special collections was noting that in the, I suppose, thousands of photographs in the collection, there is not a single one that shows casualty. You will never find any visual evidence that any human beings were hurt, let alone vaporized by the atomic bombs. This has to do with very strict censorship that was put into place. You could not show images, of course, in Japan, but also in the United States. It produced a peculiar condition whereby John Hersey's fictional work, Hiroshima, took the place of the actuality. A historian at Northwestern University has done interesting research showing that the US authorities were in a quandary because at the end of World War II, going into the Cold War, it seemed important for American citizens to be worried about nuclear war. But the pictures that came out, there, of course, pictures existed from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, looked uncannily like the pictures released a few months earlier from Dachau and Auschwitz, except that with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it was really hard to somehow cast the Americans as liberators. So those pictures were removed from the public, and many, really, I think it's stunning how few images of the view from ground zero have been available. But today, I wanted to show this picture as inaugurating, or at least playing a very big role in inaugurating the difference between post-war Japan and post-war Germany, which is to say, once the immediate business of just getting life together in the post-war, the contrast that's often drawn between Germany and Japan is that whereas Germany has taken concrete steps toward acknowledging its Nazi past, and both the state and private corporations have paid huge sums of compensation, Japan has not. And I'm wondering if in part, dropping the 2 atomic bombs in a way didn't cancel for a long time the imperative to reflect on our, meaning Japanese, our past as victimizers as well as victims. Whereas minus that kind of ending, although we know that the fire bombings of Dresden were terrible enough, without that, and also I suppose Germany being in Europe, that kind of putting aside the prehistory to victimization has been impossible. So this is why I wanted to introduce this image. And next is, okay. This is sometimes called a wedding picture of course, Douglas MacArthur and the Emperor. And I think it captures very nicely the start and it symbolizes the kind of post-war order that was established between the United States and Japan. We have to remember that images of the Emperor could not be shown pre-war. So this is a very, very shocking picture for Japanese to see. Obviously very strategically posed and circulated by the occupation authorities. I think Japanese were horrified to see how small the Emperor was and how undistinguished. And so with this, I want to symbolize, I want to suggest this symbol works as Japan being incorporated into the post-war US geopolitical project. We now know that the Emperor asked the United States and MacArthur to occupy Okinawa as long as possible. Also talked about the need for American tutelage because he thought the average Japanese mentality was quite immature. Perhaps having given, I think this was mentioned in the pre-reading I gave, that maybe this is the basis for the notorious statement that Douglas MacArthur made that the average Japanese had the mindset of a 12-year-old. And this is by a famous photographer, Domon Ken, whose name I will show later. But in a sense, the image of this is downtown Tokyo. This building behind the American GI, now working as a police cop, is a traffic cop, is one of the most luxurious jewelry buildings, stores in town. And this was that kind of immediate visual impact that the occupation had. A glamorous one in many, many ways. Quite different from the way the Iraqi occupation was proceeding, though I don't by that intend at all to glorify any military occupation. Democratization. This is blurry, but you get the idea of blacking out lines. The initial stated purpose of the US occupation of Japan was to democratize this country. And education was one of the most important aspects, and I think one of the most positive, much of which has been undone since then. But initially, of course, you can't be printing new textbooks when you've been defeated in war. So students spend a great deal of time blacking out the sentiments, or teachings in their textbooks that no longer worked in the new democratic order. There's also a children's song, which I will not sing for you, that epitomizes the post-war educational order, and it's called, it's about a school of fish, and it says, in a school of fish, you can't tell who the teacher is and who the pupil is. That everyone studies together in a school of fish. So it's a very, I think, has a Margaret Wise Brown kind of mysterious tone about it, but very enchanting sort of way to make this truly radical statement that teachers also are to be democratized, and we don't have the same hierarchy that we had before the war, where the teacher was pretty much like a military commander over his students. And whoops, not that. This blurry image is of an American woman, actually a Viennese Jew by birth, Beate Siroda Gordon, who had spent her girlhood in Japan, was fluent in Japanese, whose parents, as Jews, because Japan, of course, was allied with the Germans through much of the war, were prisoners of war in Japan. So she had been sent to California as a student to Mill College in California, where she boned up on feminist values and a feminist orientation to the world. At the end of the war, she was, of course, very anxious to be reunited with her parents. And being fluent, being not just bilingual, she spoke about 6 languages, but knowing Japanese very well, she had a very easy time getting back into occupied Japan, and found herself quickly on General MacArthur's staff to produce a new constitution for Japan. And she scurried around Tokyo. I mean, you probably can't produce a constitution out of scratch from your head, right? So in war-torn Japan, she rushed around Tokyo looking for examples of constitutions of other countries, and I think she came up with about 10. In something like a week or a week and a half, a committee, including her, locked up, produced a draft of the Constitution. This is a very controversial topic about this is a foreign constitution imposed on us. There's a lot of scholarship showing that there's an enormous amount of Japanese input. But the important thing about Beate is that, looking back to her girlhood and then her recent exposure to feminist values in Mill College, she really wanted to do something for Japanese women in the Constitution. And so there are 2 important articles in the post-war Constitution. Article 14, all the people are equal under the law, and there shall be no discrimination in political, economic, and social relations because of race, creed, sex, social status, or family origin. You know there isn't quite any such statement in the US Constitution. Peers and peerage shall not be recognized. No privilege shall accompany any award of honor, decoration, or distinction, etc. Very important, Article 24. Marriage shall be based only on the mutual consent of both sexes, and it shall be maintained through mutual cooperation with the equal rights of husband and wife as a basis. With regard to choice of spouse, property rights, inheritance, choice of domicile, divorce, and other matters pertaining to marriage and the family, law shall be enacted from the standpoint of individual dignity and the essential equality of the sexes. 2 articles that continue to irk Japanese conservatives, and which are now at risk, I'm sad to say. I also want to tell you that Beate was 23 years old when she did this work. How many of us get to do anything like that? Or would have the gumption or the knowledge? So I think the Beate, there's been a film about her, a documentary made about her. She was born in 1924, so she's 82 now. Very much an honored guest in Japan, I'm happy to say. One of the things this Constitution allowed, and the whole atmosphere of democracy, which was a new word that people were exploring, was protest. Protest everywhere, all the time. I said earlier that the goal of the occupation had been to democratize Japan. There was, however, a second goal that probably pre-existed, in fact, before the war was over, which was to, in anticipation of rivalry with the Soviet Union, even though the United States and the Soviet Union were allies at the end, it was understood that it was going to be very, very important to have Japan in that part of the world be firmly in the US camp. And so we have what's come to be known as the reverse course. The right-wing war criminals who had been in prison were let out and supported to become leaders, prime ministers. So 2 post-war Japanese prime ministers are Class A war criminals, much bolstered by the United States. And many union members, anyone thought of as red, were subsequently red purged. But in this moment before that happened, red purge means you could be accused of you could be subject to a red purge, for example, by signing on to this massive effort that in 1950 called the Stockholm Appeal, which was generated in Stockholm, which was naming the atomic bombs, dropping the use of nuclear weapons, crimes against humanity. And there were hundreds of thousands, I can't recall precisely now, signatures gathered all over the world, in the United States and Europe and in Japan. In Japan, if you were identified as signing the Stockholm Appeal or circulating a petition, you ran the risk of being red purged. But before then, this let's test our democracy. We want equal rights we want rights to mean something. We want rights to mean fair pay, for instance. Meant that you had many, many demonstrations of this kind. And this picture is blurry, but I want you to notice this guy has a smile. Looking at the pictures of demonstrations in those days, it's a kind of exuberance of being out in public, of being able to make yourself visible in the public sphere for principles that you felt were now acknowledged by a constitution, that you were making your own. I often, when, in response to the argument that this post-war constitution was a foreign imposition, I like to think of the Italian movie Il Postino, The Postman. Did anyone see it? Yeah, in The Postman, do you remember that the young mail deliverer is stealing Neruda's poetry to woo his girlfriend, right? And Neruda looks at him and says, but that's my verse, that's mine. And the postman says, poetry belongs not to those who need it, not those who made it. Which I think is doing Neruda's verse wonderful honor, but I also think laws belong to those who need and use them. And so I think the Japanese in their post-war decades have certainly made this constitution, quite apart from any input, which is substantial, their own by testing it and trying to claim it. As we all know, laws in the books don't go very far. They have to be claimed. So that's one of the things I wanted to bring up. I have a bunch of pictures of this sort. And so I said earlier 2 ways in which the post-war has, why the post-war may not have ended. The ways there are 2 basic categories, again, of pursuing the democratic dream post-war. One has to do with social justice, economic justice, which, of course, was terribly important post-war compared to what this case had been earlier. And, of course, ran very much counter quickly to the conservative government that gets put into place, which, of course, is all about Japan's economic development, keeping unions under control, et cetera, et cetera. So you have that kind of clash from very early on. And the second kind of testing and pushing to make the Constitution real was to insist on peace. And maybe, actually, this is the time to look at Article 9. Maybe the most fragile and controversial of the articles. Article 9, renunciation of war, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized. Americans, most of them have never known about this and don't know about the Constitution, so many Americans were very indignant. You may recall the time of the Gulf War that the Japanese were only willing to give money and not blood. Well, there was this Constitution, which was this clause was very important to the US occupation at the time it was put in. It quickly became an inconvenience to the United States in the course of the Cold War. And the United States, as much as conservative politicians should be held responsible for trying to kind of water this down, water this down, water this down, people say this is unrealistic. You can't expect to survive in this world without an army. Well, Japan, in fact, has an army. It's called the Self-Defense Force, but its action has been circumscribed because of this article. And I just ask you to think about, if you think about human existence, coexistence as an important value, maybe the value, along with the survival of the planet, then perhaps this kind of article is not unrealistic. I learned about 10 years ago that President Robert Maynard Hutchins, very influential president of the University of Chicago, an important American educator, was one of the early supporters of Article 9. And in fact, right after World War II, there was a lot of enthusiasm, particularly among atomic scientists in the US, to promote world government and peace and the renunciation of arms, because they knew better than anyone what the destructive force of atomic weapons could be. So going back to this, if on the one hand the state wanted to reorder society to become a financial, to recover economically and become an economic power, and there was pressure to try rather to aim for a more egalitarian society, which would also allow for to make real other promises in the Constitution about well-being for all. Then, on the other hand, a great deal of effort went into demonstrating for peace. The words are, "Let us eat safe tuna," because U.S. nuclear testing in the atmospheric testing in the Pacific Islands meant that not only were many Pacific Islanders being radiated, but Japanese fishing vessels were being radiated. In fact, there's a very famous episode in 1954 where a number of people, one person dies immediately and others later. And so this was another major mobilization, was the peace effort. The insistence on making those words of Article 9 real. This is another chapter of economic justice, of social justice. In the late 1950s, the Japanese government decided that coal was no longer an efficient fuel source, so it was switching over, which meant that you had these dying mining towns, and which parents would leave them, they become ghost towns. This is, and children would be left behind on their own. And this is of a child at a slag heap picking whatever could be found to make a few yens. Now this photographer, Domon Ken, went to this town, very, very famous, one of the most famous Japanese photographers, and took pictures of what had happened to this ghost town and printed them up on rough paper and sold them and donated all the proceeds. He followed some of these children who had been abandoned by their parents in the name. So I want you to get a sense of who paid the cost for the Japanese economic miracle. And this picture, which I really love, it's a picture of a public school in that town, and this girl in the foreground doesn't have a lunch. And this is lunchtime. And fourth grader, third grader? A third grader knows how to have dignity too, right? She doesn't want to just be sitting there without a lunchbox. So she has brought a comic book, a manga, and absolutely refuses to let her eyes wander from the page of her comic book while her classmates are eating lunch. Wonderful thing, I think, that Domon captured. And the protests about shutting down those mines. And here you see, again, women participating with their children to say, you can't just shut us down because you think mines are no longer economically viable. You have to do something about us. This whole sense that, I often use the acronym TINA, there is no alternative, which comes from former Prime Minister Thatcher of England. There is no alternative to restructuring, to making the market the decision maker of everything. And what you saw in post-war Japan, as well as in other parts of the world, was a refusal to say that the market is the wisest source of deciding about social order. And we absolutely insist on being treated as human beings, and we're going to make you see us as human beings. Something that doesn't happen anymore. One of my pet peeves now is that if people in Japan try to protest something, they tend to call it a parade, not a demonstration. It's also partly the case that the state has cleverly made it much easier in terms of paperwork to hold a parade rather than what you call a demonstration. So this is a Domon-ken photograph of the dome that you saw in Yuki's presentation earlier. And Domon-ken also did a series of photographs in Hiroshima. And yes, I just want to show this one. This is this became very famous because Domon is famous, and it's of a child who was not born but was a fetus at the time so was exposed in utero to radiation, and who died shortly thereafter. If I can just, I'm going to switch right now and show you something. Let's see. I know there's a way just to have this image, but never mind. This is a Nagasaki photograph. It was taken by an American. These pictures were this was from the Japanese version of the book published for the 50th anniversary in 1995. And Joe O'Donnell, who later becomes a White House photographer under Johnson and Kennedy, had entered Nagasaki in September, so roughly a month after the bombing. I am sure he's a radiation victim himself because he has mysterious illnesses later in life. None of these pictures, of course, could be shown. He himself took many pictures of the impact of the bombing on the ground as he saw it, and put them away for 50 years because he was too depressed to think about them, persuaded to look at them, and this is one of the fruit. And his very moving comment there was that this was a boy who had brought his dead baby brother in Nagasaki to the cremation site. And O'Donnell, who was then, 23 or so himself, a very young man, wanted somehow to reach out and touch him, to offer comfort as a sympathy as one human being to another. But he felt that if he made any move, that whatever was holding this boy together and able to bring his dead baby brother to the cremation site would fall apart. So he just took the photograph and went away. So that's a Nagasaki scene, partly also because we tend not to see Nagasaki scenes from the ground. Another famous kind of cost of post-war, the economic miracle, was the mercury poisoning of Minamata. This has become one of the most famous documentary photographs in the world, of a mother bathing her mercury-poisoned child, taken by life photographer Eugene Smith, who lived there. And this again, this takes a religious form. Oftentimes the victims of Minamata mercury poisoning, because they were poor, first of all, when cats started acting funny, mercury poisoning affects the nervous system, so people behave in jerky, awkward ways. The people of Minamata village themselves were ostracized, as so often happens when a disease occurs that's not understood. It was thought to be contagious. If you're poor, you're likely to be thought not to be hygienic, etc., etc. They couldn't get no help. And once the truth comes out that it seems to involve mercury poisoning, then the families mobilize. And as they tend for their slowly dying dead, they also attack the corporation, which behaves pretty reprehensibly, I have to say. And in this case, these people wearing pilgrim hats, it says pilgrimage on their hats, have gotten one of the company officials, and they're trying to force him to look at them. They're not asking for money or anything there. They're saying, look at us. Look at what the company you work for, manage, has done to us. So it's that sense again of recognize us as human beings. This is what we are supposed to be in post-war Japan. Another a march with photographs of the dead. And then this, as the last of this kind of series of protests, this time for peace. As the post-war years go on and Japan seems to be more and more caught up under America's nuclear umbrella, and the US-Japan Security Treaty comes up for the first renewal in 1960, citizens came out. It wasn't just a student matter. Citizens came out from everywhere, encircled the Parliament building, wanted to say, no, we want to take Article 9 seriously. We do not want to be caught up in wars that America might choose to start. And it did mean that Eisenhower, then President Eisenhower, was unable to visit. This was a mobilization. We're just seeing the riot police sign to try to keep Prime Minister Sato from visiting the United States. This is 1967, so heading up for the second renewal, which, in a sense, the 1968 student struggles were the last hurrah for activism in Japan generally. Okay, and I guess I just want to bring us up to 2003 on this. Only place where you really see people coming out in force is Okinawa. It's the place that still has 75% of US bases housed on this tiny, tiny island. And I visited last summer. You can't tell much, but this is a heart-achingly beautiful harbor, ocean, which has the dugong, which is an endangered species. And the United States and the Japanese government have decided to build a heliport on the water in this beautiful ocean. And so the elderly, 70, 80, and 90-year-olds have been sitting in for 8 years. In fact, there was a referendum opposing it. So much for post-war democracy, the referendum counted for nothing. And so they decided they had to just sit there. And it's become a magnet for young people from all over Japan, or anybody kind of wanting a place to go out and make yourself visible, to uphold the principles of the laws of the land. So you see here, this is during the summer, and one of the leaders is a Protestant minister in his 40s. And I had a chance to hear him speak, and he was articulating the principles of this movement. And it's the first time in my life, apart from reading Gandhi or Martin Luther King, to actually see people who espouse and practice nonviolence. He said, we had to think hard to figure out how we might oppose the governments of the United States and Japan, because they're going to do it with those rubber boats, as I showed you in the previous scene. And even these boats are recent. And he said, we decided that we had to make ourselves as vulnerable as possible, that was the only way we could stand up to these huge governments. And so we will not only practice physical violence, but we will not practice verbal violence. We will not shout abuses to the workers of the defense agency, who, because we understand, and we will greet them every morning when they come to man the rigging, and we will greet them when they leave. And by the greeting, we want to show them that we understand you have families to support too. And sometimes it's very hard because what the people have tried to do is, when it looks like they're going to try to sink equipment for the heliport underwater, they go out in their paddles and they put their unarmed selves between the rigging and the boat, the structure that's going to lower the stuff for the foundation. And the workers will just peel their fingers off to make, and even do an extra little twist backwards to send them into the ocean. So sometimes it's very hard to greet them, but we'll do it. This movement, this was successful. These unarmed people who have refused verbal violence were successful, but yet again, the Japanese and US governments are planning to relocate the base within Okinawa. All right, what's happening now? I mentioned earlier, I'll just put this up, the preamble of the Constitution. I mentioned earlier that the irritation over the Constitution that has never gone away. I mentioned the contrast between Germany and Japan in the treatment of wartime legacy. And one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that of the three Axis powers, Japan is the only one that did not change its national symbols, the song and anthem, after the war. And in 1999, quite gratuitously, I would say, these were declared to be the law. And at the same time, the then Prime Minister said, the fact that we declare that to our sovereign lord, the emperor, is the national anthem, and the rising sun flag is the national flag, this does not mean we will impose them on anyone. We will not impose them. But in fact, they have been imposed. And particularly in metropolitan Tokyo, the governor of Tokyo, notorious man, Ishihara, he who said, the Japan that can say no, has made it so that not only, he sends Tokyo city officials to every school opening and every school graduation, essentially to spy, to make sure that every child is standing up, that every child is singing the anthem, not just mouthing the words, but singing the words in a heartfelt way. I don't know about you, but to me there's something very chilling about forcing a human being to sing a particular song. It seems even more invasive than many other acts. And teachers who, for reasons of conscience, music teachers have had a particularly hard time, have been disciplined, their pay is deducted, they're threatened, they're harassed. One very admirable middle school teacher has just been fired for her, it's 3 strikes and you're out. So she's had her 3 strikes and she's out. So this is what's going on today. The changing of the fundamental law of education, which was put into place shortly after the Constitution, out of the belief for all educators here that education is the place where the goals and values of a society are instilled. Well, the fundamental law of education will probably be changed this year as the first step to changing the Constitution. The other thing that's under attack is gender equality, because, say, Governor Ishihara and others, with co-education, with revolutionary steps like incorporating boys' and girls' names in roll call alphabetically, rather than having the boys called out first and the girls, and other forms of sex education. Boys no longer know how to grow into being Japanese men, and girls don't know how to become Japanese women. So we've got to start tackling that. So attacking the fundamental law of education, attacking Article 9, and attacking gender equality are all of a piece for the current administration and the conservative forces in Japan. And in that end, I feel that right now, we do stand at the threshold of the end of post-war Japan. Thank you very much. Yes?
Do you think, in your opinion, that a lot of us talk about removing Article 9 from the Constitution, and that Koizumi tends to talk about it? Do you think that a lot of it is just sort of him pandering to the right wing in his country, and that it's not, because it seems to me that the majority of the Japanese people don't want it to be revoked. So do you think that a lot of this is just politics, or do you really think that it's very, very likely?
I know exactly what you mean. And it's also about Yasukuni Shrine. Does Prime Minister Koizumi really care about the enshrined in Yasukuni Shrine? Because as you know from Yuki, there are no bodies there because Shinto abhors impurity. But does he really care about Yasukuni Shrine and the war dead there, or is he pandering? I think 2 things, and I think this analysis is relevant to the United States too. The relationship between neoconservatism and neoliberalism, which seem to be opposed, contradictory, but I think they actually work hand in glove. Neoliberalism, which says the market should decide everything, which says, and it's not, it does have its own values, i.e. that stockholders come first, right? The greatest value in the world is to improve that portfolio for a corporation, for the stockholders. But in any case, neoliberalism, which actually hurts, neoliberal policies in the United States hurts American workers, neoliberal policies in Japan hurt Japanese workers, right? Neoconservatism, which is about patriotism and standing up for the values of our country, I think covers over the fact that the policy of the current administration, in fact, is hurting the great majority of Japanese people by privatizing the postal system. Japanese citizens' hard-won savings, the Japanese postal savings, the greatest pool of untapped capital in the world now, is just open to multinational investment. Koizumi doing all those things, in fact, hurting the everyday lives of most Japanese, I think it's very useful for him to be going to Yasukuni Shrine and saying, we won't, you know, every country has the right to promote patriotism and honor its war dead. We want to be good neighbors to the Chinese and Koreans, but they have no business interfering with how we observe our. So with that kind of thing, I think, yes, it's pandering. Or, I'm saying that, I don't know, I can't get inside Koizumi's mind, so I think it doesn't matter. It works very nicely to cover over other aspects of his policy. With Article 9, well, first of all, as you know, the military is a great source of revenue. And, and in the years of Article 9, instead of a military establishment, the book I recommended, the Emptiness of Japanese Affluence, says what has taken the place of the military as a great revenue generator in Japan has been the construction industry. But there's only so much you can keep building on that little archipelago. I think the military have long been itching. They've been selling, exporting arms anyway. And so I think there's that kind of impetus. And I think also there is now increasing widespread fear of China. And North Korea is always useful, right? If you need to get your country geared up and scared and in a mood of hating somebody, well, there's North Korea, right? As one of the actually very leading scholar of modern Japanese literature who's very actively campaigning for Article 9 of the law says, you know, we don't need any weapons. North Korea can tackle us now by just sending a missile to all of our nuclear power plants. And we have a very nice nuclear accident. That's all North Korea needs to do right now. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi. Do you think the tradition of the emperor only being a male will be with the changing status of women in Japan?
Mm-hmm. You know, at the end of the emperor was kept in power. There isn't a throne, so I won't say on the throne, because the United States wanted him. It was considered expedient to unify the country after the war. I think that's very much a question open to. It's an open question whether the emperor was necessary. And one of the options, a number of Japanese complain about, should a woman allowed to be empress, because Japan historically has had empresses. Many people say, well, there is that third option. Why don't we just have the family go back to Kyoto and live a nice life there? The traditional life, right? The traditional Japanese. If they stand for 2,000 years of continuous tradition, let them live in Kyoto. Anyhow, yes, I think the regulations, the Imperial Household regulations were about to be revised because Koizumi is sometimes just rational, right? And it didn't look like there was going to be a male heir anytime soon. And then this furor came up, and most scandalously, a brother of the current emperor made it known that what we needed now was revival of the concubinage system. So that if the current crown princess can't produce an heir, well, we know what to do. You get another woman. It has long been said that actually the problem is with the male, that there's a problem with the Y chromosome in his family since the 18th century. So I don't know if concubines would do it. But it appears now that the likelihood of an empress is receding. And does that have something to do with it? I suppose it does, yeah? And the current prince got into a whole lot of hot water when he went in a press conference, said to the media, lay off my wife, you know, she's been sort of depressed and neurotic for a number of years now, and that got him in trouble. So, and the empress, of course, couldn't speak for a period, right? She became aphasic. So I would say the imperial women aren't doing great either.
University of Chicago. He is researching the role of youth crime in the social imaginary as part of a project tentatively titled Young Boys Doing Terrible Things, Youth Crime and Culture in, I don't know what you pronounce that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heisei, Japan. In other words, the current reign name.
Okay, Heisei, Japan. His other role, I can really identify with this since I have a dual role on campus. He's currently working as coordinator of Outreach and Japanese Studies at the Center for East Asian Studies at the U of C. So today, Brian is going to talk to us about family values in Japan. Yes, Mary, what? Turn the music on. I'm not hearing music, so. No. Okay, I will take care of that. But in the meantime, please give your attention to Brian. Thank you.
I actually hired those musicians. More of that. Okay, so I titled this the somewhat, to me, incendiary title, Japanese Family Values, because they're central to a great many political and cultural currents happening in contemporary Japan. Many of them, which are actually oddly, well not oddly, but coincidentally, related to many of those that Professor Field brought up near the end of her last speech, especially concerning the steady, slow but sure rightward shift that occurred in the political scene and in the Japanese political sphere during the course of the 90s and then into today. Which is why I refer to my period as Heisei Japan, even though it is a reign name and tied to the emperor's system. But that's not really the reason why I use it. I use it for its utility, because saying 90s Japan has become rather passé since it's 6 years ago, and also most of the concerns that have defined what the 90s Japan has come to mean are resonant today. So it's really has outlived the rather arbitrary 10-year mark. And but many of the concerns that have defined the 90s, and especially the 90s in relation to the family and to youth issues, began rising to prominence during the late 80s, which was when Emperor Hirohito was completing the process of dying, and finally did so in 1989. What? Is that funny? Anyway, okay. So, but before I get into, before I open up discussion into family values in general and the political climate of the 90s in general, I want to actually turn inward and go to a more extremely specific example, which is referred to as the hikikomori in Japanese, and was the subject of the New York Times article that I distributed beforehand. So the hikikomori is a Japanese term that actually is derived from an English term by the clinical psychologist and cultural commentator who, within the New York Times article, is quoted. I'm going to call him Saito Tamaki. He's called Tamaki Saito in there because they reversed. Anyway, surnames come first in Japanese, and I'm just used to them that way. So if I think about it too much, I won't be able to speak all. But on your handout, family names are in all caps, and given names are not in all caps, and so that's how you can differentiate them. So this is the book that started helping to define the hikikomori as a type of person, or a type of syndrome, or a type of cultural symptom. It's, as you probably can't tell, but it actually doesn't say just hikikomori, it says shikaiteki hikikomori, which is the full name of it. The term hikikomori is a contraction of shikaiteki hikikomori, which is social withdrawal, which is obviously derived from the English term social withdrawal. So in some ways he coined it in the sense that he adopted this term, translated it directly from the English into the Japanese, and applied it to a specific set of symptoms of patients that kept coming in. This is his story. He was just a clinical psychologist out in nowhere, and suddenly these families would come to him, one after another, that had similar symptoms. Okay, so what are the symptoms? The symptoms are not emerging from your room, is the first one. Second of all, not being employed in any way, and not participating in any social activity. In other words, so that for that reason, the general accepted English translation of hikikomori, as it's used in Japan now, is either to not translate it as they do in the New York Times article, or to translate it as shut-in or recluse, which recluse seems so old-timey, like hermit. But so I prefer shut-in because I feel like it gets at the feeling that you get from the word hikikomori in Japanese, because it's derived from a verb, just like shut-in is. So you can hikikomoru just in the same way that you can shut yourself in, but you can't really I don't know. I don't know what the verb form of recluse is. Anyway, or it has one. So that's the term's genesis. This book was first published in 1998 and became a runaway bestseller for a variety of reasons. And so that's where it gets more interesting for me, being less a sociologist and more a critic of culture, being more interested in popular culture and those sort of superstructures. At the same time that this came out, there was subsequently a violent and rather sensational youth crime incident that happened in the town called Saga, in which a bus was bus-jacked. So it's known as the bus-jack incident, by a young boy who was indeed a hikikomori and being treated as such. And he had been committed to a hospital because he also seemed quite violent. And on top of that, and somewhat unlike the classic hikikomori, as we'll find out, he was very active on the internet. So he didn't emerge from his room, but he would post on a variety of different message boards all over the internet, especially on one called Channel 2, but anyway, that's a whole different issue. But he was not engaging in conversations. He was mostly just sort of doing the internet equivalent of shouting. So he would just be like, "I'll show you." He'd get into sort of flame wars with people and then be banned and then move on. And he was, anyway, so he was engaging in this behavior, and his family was increasingly fearful of him and for either him killing himself or participating in more violence upon them. And so they had him committed to a hospital, but the hospital, he was sort of shuffled between hospitals, and he was given leave from one. And so he went off, got on the internet and said, "I'm going to go make history," and then he did. So then he got on a bus with a big knife and held the bus hostage and killed one woman and injured another during that time. Anyway, it was right after the publication of this book. And concurrent with a best-selling novel by by a very prominent novelist named Murakami Ryu, or when he's translated in English, it's Ryu Murakami. He is the author of the English translated novels Almost Transparent Blue and Coin Locker Babies, and the recent In the Miso Soup, which is a serial killer novel. This novel has not been translated yet, which is why you get this cover, but it's entitled Kyoseichu, which means parasitic worm, or actually it means symbiotic worm, because Kiseichu is parasitic worm, but we don't have a word for symbiotic worm. But anyway, the reason why it is important is because it tells the story of shut-in, much like the Saga bus-jacker, who cuts himself off from his family and doesn't emerge from his room, but does have an active internet life, and begins to discover information like bogus or otherwise, are stories and ghost stories and all of these, and actually war memories having to do with war shelters and poison gas, all of which lead him to believe that he is harboring a symbiotic worm within him that makes him different from other people. And this leads him to a series of events of becoming a new type of person who's basically a classic sociopath. So this came out by a major author who won a major prize called the Tanizaki Prize in 2000. And it was published or serialized right before the incident happened, and then it became so it was serialized in a journal, the way much publication happens in Japan, but then released in hardcover right after it happened. So it was lauded as a kind of foretelling of this social problem that then got linked to the earlier profile of the hikikomori written by Saito Tamaki. So all of these things sort of happened, and suddenly the hikikomori was the new social symptom and type of person to be watchful for. However, there's a genealogy of these sorts of figures throughout, well, actually starting in the 70s with a type of person called the moratorium person, the moratorium young person who refuses to grow up. But especially in the 90s, there, as you can see on the first part of the outline, there are preceding figures anticipating many of the concerns that go into the formation of the figure of the hikikomori in the figure of the otaku, the adult child, and the parasite single, all of which are actually have become journalistic ways of speaking about young Japan, even in the US. There have been articles about all of them and all of these types of people in the New York Times or the Washington Post. The otaku is especially prevalent and interesting, as you can see on the glossary on the other side of the piece of paper that you're looking at. The otaku refers to a type of behavior, a person who participates in a type of behavior. And this behavior is an intense kind of devotion or fandom, a practice of appreciating something in popular culture. It has come to mean, especially as it's used in this country, the appreciation of Japanese animation and Japanese manga. So you're an otaku if you are blah, 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 blah. So if you dress up as the characters and go to conventions, or if you write your own fanfic based on it and make them do what you want them to do and then post it on the internet and then talk about it, et cetera, that kind of behavior. Actually, in the early 90s, otaku, and it still retains some of this in Japanese, the otaku is less about what the object is. So in other words, it's not just, even though it's classically devotees of comic book culture and animated culture, it describes a behavior or a disposition rather than an object. So you can be an otaku about professional wrestling, for example. You can be an otaku about obscure 80s female idols. You can be, just about anything. Train spotters, they exist in Japan as well, and they're also called otaku. They're classically photographers. So this figure, because of its tendency to be disengaged from classic modes of production. In other words, they produce their own comics rather than, they consume a lot, but then they also produce things based on that consumption. So in other words, you buy a lot of figurines, but then you also produce your own versions of the comics that you love, for example. And because much of the appreciation has to do with an intense kind of study, almost a parody of study, where you take apart the details and then obsess about where the details come from, and then you obsess about those details, et cetera, et cetera. It has a tendency to breed a very sedentary lifestyle. And And in the popular imagination, this lifestyle, the otaku, and then the somewhat later rise of the hikikomori as a way to speak about people who don't leave their rooms or seem to be dropping out of society have kind of merged, even though clinically they're not actually compatible as ways of thinking about people. In other words, a hikikomori is classified due to the lack of communication with the outside world or with other people. And it's very uncommon in Saito Tamaki's definition of things, actually contradicts the definition of hikikomori to participate in internet cultures, for example, or create, these sort of fan communities. Nevertheless, the two classic types have merged and become a type of guy who sits around and never leaves his room and is devoted to all these unreal things, these ephemeral things, and has totally lost touch with how to be an interpersonal person. This was aided and abetted by a rather sensational incident that inaugurated the Heisei era in 1989, of the Miyazaki Tsutomu incident, where he was a man who was, I think, 25, 26? Anyway, a young man, but not an adolescent, who was found to have been a serial killer of young girls. And so he would but he also didn't really emerge from his room or speak to his parents either. He would go out at night, and then he would kidnap girls, and then he would videotape them as he dismembered them. And then he kept the videos. And so what became the public emblem of Miyazaki was not only him himself, who was a rather corpulent figure, but his room. So this is the stock, this is the photograph that was the emblem of Miyazaki's life, right? So this is the inside of his room, as you can not see very well. Can you see it well enough to see what's going on? So,
yeah, you can zoom in.
I can zoom in?
Yes.
The tela or why?
You tell it.
Okay. Now you are Miyazaki. So now we're in his room, and what we see is that it's, first of all, messy, right? But it's messy in a really specific and rather well-ordered way, right? So he has this enormous collection of tapes and books and manga and all these things. Much of it was horror manga. Much of it involves, were commercially produced, but told stories about the torture of young women. And mixed in with them was indeed his own, the videos that he made, sort of mixed into them as if he didn't. So the idea behind showing this picture and then the articles that came after that was to use him as an example of the blurring of the distinction between the consumption of fictionalized violence and actual violence as a form of consumption. He became known as the preeminent otaku and generated most of the pathological associations that have been tied to that figure ever since, as well as actual censorship laws that have curtailed a lot of the production of manga and have been very detrimental to the production of manga and anime in Japan, actually, especially independent subcultural manga. So with all of these things put together, the hikikomori has emerged for me as a really interesting figure. The adult child, I'm sorry. Okay, so then there's the idea of the adult child. If you remember Bill Clinton, if you remember him, he during his presidency was somewhat the rise of a lot of therapeutic language having to do with, for example, AA and addictions. And the term adult child or adult children became a way of talking about people who refuse for whatever reason to deal with their adulthood in some way and then become addicted and then drop out of the adult world. And so part of the therapeutic language of this was to speak about overcoming, first you have the child within, you come in contact with that, and then you become whole, right? You remember all that, inner child, all that?
Yeah.
So there was an article in ERA, which is a widespread sort of newsweeky kind of magazine in Japan, that had an interview with Bill Clinton in which Bill Clinton referred to himself as an adult child. Because I think they were talking about, I don't remember what the context was, but he was talking about the boomer generation in general, that he exemplifies and plays the saxophone in a way reminiscent of. And so he, anyway, this became a buzzword that circulated around Japan a lot and became a way of talking about their own self-perceptions about the lack of development and lack of maturation of Japanese-ness, or Japanese, especially masculinity, but Japanese personhood. And as Norma has pointed out, that's always been a vexed issue, right? Especially in the post-war era, but even before that. The idea of what civilization has grown up and what does it mean to grow up as a people, right? And so pre-war that had to do with colonization and racial sort of indexing, so things like social Darwinism and those types of ways of looking at the world became very prevalent, and the way of being like, well, we're more civilized and we're less civilized and that kind of thing. Post-war, that's become indexed into economic prowess, and in many ways, the idea of economic growth and the idea of the growth of people has been aligned in the post-war public sphere rather forcibly, as well as to the point that when postmodernism came around and was sort of questioning that idea of growing up economically, the classic way of putting that was to say that Japanese consumerism was always already not grown up, that in fact that they were adolescents playing in a candy store called, consumerism. And so the idea that we have this new generation, so there was a book called Generation M based on Miyazaki by, that's not anyway, all of these sort of generational comments that were tied to this type of figure of a person who should be participating and productive in society, was instead somehow parasitic or non-productive in society, became a watchword and a way of talking about a myriad of different anxieties that came to characterize the 90s, which economically was a time of recession after the high economic progress detailed by Professor Field, the construction business, the international, you remember the 80s. Anyway, okay, so and the Parasite single is a sort of variation on the adult child. It was talking about especially girls were vilified this way. So they were dependent, they were living at home, they had jobs, but they weren't career type jobs. They were just jobs that involved getting lots of money. And they had very little, they weren't spending it enough. Or what they were spending it on was not right. So they weren't spending it on rent, instead they were spending it on like expensive accoutrement. And then, so the parasite part is that they're parasitic on their parents and on society by extension, and sometimes on their boyfriends. So all of these things could be said so you have this myriad of figures, sort of this rogues gallery of unproductive young people in Japan facing you down. And to me, one of the main things that this ends up talking about is the vexed position of the nuclear family within Japan, within thinking about Japanese-ness. when Japanese is thought of in the public sphere, it gets pulled back to what does home life tell us about being Japanese. In America, family values has to do with preserving the nuclear family in a very specific, somewhat Trinity-esque kind of way. So you have a mother and a father and however many children, and that is held up as what is sacred and what should not be violated by things that threaten family values, right? Things like divorce or homosexuality or all the things that family values is said to be the opposite of. What's interesting about the Japanese situation is that that's not quite how family values works. One of the most prominent commentators besides Saito Tamaki about these issues is a person named Miedai Shinji, who I didn't write down unfortunately, but he traces much of this behavior to what he calls the unnatural imposition of the nuclear family effect that happened during the high growth economic period in the post-war. So in other words, he coins all these terms like the convenience storeization of Japan or the information technologyization of Japan, or he's basically talking about the isolation of people from each other within families. And as his proposed solution to that, he harks back to some sort of imagined version of the either wartime or pre-war or pre-modern version of the village, saying that before the imposition of an education system that was harnessed to the production of people who were going to go into companies for life, and that's how life courses were charted. Before that happened, before there was so much weight placed upon grades, upon achievement, upon standardized testing, there was the raising of children and the opening up of families as villages, so that everything was mediated through the village and nothing was, essentially, he doesn't quite say it this way, but nothing is private, right? So if the job that you end up in, the person that you marry, how many children you have, and how you raise them are all mediated by a village rather than by a simple, like a nuclear family, then he sees this as a way out of a lot of the conundrums, like the hikikomori and like the growing perceived apathy or consumerism of modern teenagers, or teenagers and 20-year-olds and anybody who's younger than you. And I find that a really interesting intervention into the idea of what a family value is. So instead of making the nuclear family into a kind of inviolate bludgeon with which to legislate from, instead does something that's probably equally pernicious, which is to reimagine the nuclear family as a space of intimate opacity that must be regulated but at the same time protected. So in other words, you must create conditions so that what's inside the family goes according to plan. But when you imagine the family, it's sort of scary because you really can't see inside it because it's private and unregulated. And so many conservative propositions have a tendency to be oddly simplistic in terms of like, well, the problem with kids today is because they have their own rooms, for example. So they can just go into their rooms and they never have to see their parents. And if you just rejigger it so they're all sleep in the same room, well then they have to talk to each other because otherwise they'll be bumping into each other. And these sorts of propositions are indeed, I don't know, disseminated. They are found in journals. If you pick out social commentaries, the Chuo Koron, Central Review, things like that. These types of things are happening as a way of thinking about why families are atomized, I guess you could say. Instead of thinking of them as a unit, they thinking of them as a kind of space that is both violent, should be kept inviolate, but at the same time is anxious. So one of the more interesting things to come out of this is this. Oh, okay, why? This is a diagram that's found in, I took from Shikaiteki Hikikomori, and these are my little translations of what is in Japanese in this book. But what it is his diagram for reintegrating the hikikomori into society and into becoming like a real person. So we have concentric rings, right? This is the problem, diagram of the problem. So you have, this is the individual, this is their family, this is society. These arrows are pressure or communication. They kind of go back and forth. But because they aren't double-sided, they're communication as pressure, basically. So society pressures the family pressures the individual. The individual, if you can see it, it's hard to tell, but there's a little arrow inside going like this. So he's just churning, basically. So it's sort of like an atom, right? So all of the gravity is here, and then you have these sort of electrons whizzing around, and then, but there's these force fields that are keeping everything in tension. So how do we open this up, right? So these are two alternate routes. So this route is in the somewhat atypical but still statistically relevant case in which a hikikomori moves out of the house but is still supported entirely by the family. But its living space is like an independent apartment, or in some cases, hikikomori tends to be violent when prodded by their parents, and at the slightest irritation become quite unruly, and then shut themselves back, so their only communication is violence. So sometimes the family abandons their home and goes to another, I think the New York Times article said something about that. Anyway, that's that case. But this is a more classic case where, as you can see, it says, so here, in this instance, the patient and the family are able to communicate, but the family has no connection with society. See? And then this is the state at which, through therapy, the family is talking to society, but nobody's still able to talk to the hikikomori. So you have two different sort of variations. And then finally, like miraculously, you can see this. It's hard to see here, but look at the diagram itself. See little dots. So we've gone from black to less black. And then finally so in this stage, the family has reestablished connection with society. The patient has reestablished connection with the family. But this, so see his circle is not connected to the society's circle. The family is communicating with society, but he is still only communicating with his family. And then finally, we have the miraculous transparency of being completely integrated with both your family and the society, and your family, along with you, is integrated into society. So that's the road to personhood. So I'm going to segue now into the cultural and fictional representations of these sorts of problems to show how these things get reconfigured when they're told as narratives. I'm actually going to switch the order that I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to talk first about Kasubuta Mabuta, which is a short story by Shigematsu Kiyoshi. It's in a collection that won a major national prize called the Naoki Show. As you can see, anyway, it's called Vitamin F. That's the title. That's his name. And then the cover shows a can of vitamins called vitamin F. And so F is for all these sorts of things, but mostly it's for family. And they're all domestic, little domestic dramas. So in this particular story, the story's title is called Kasabuta Mabuta, which, as you can, I translated as scab eyelid. So it's basically is two words that sound similar in Japanese. Katsubuta and Mabuta run together, and they're undifferentiated. So it's the word for scab and the word for eyelid. It's kind of startling. It's kind of jarring in Japanese as well as English. The story narrates the progressively worsening strain that the protagonist undergoes as he suffers a setback at work and he feels cut off from his family. The author parallels this with the plight of the bright young daughter of the family who has just been accepted into a prestigious junior high school and whose last remaining homework assignment is the completion of a self-portrait to be hung in a display at her elementary school graduation ceremony. The daughter refuses to complete the project, and when she does produce a picture, her eyes are drawn close. So she draws a face and the eyes are closed. This is the problem. The father, for his part, finds himself confronted during an after-work drinking party by a colleague who peers into his face and declares that he's inhuman. He's ningen, and that so this guy, this protagonist, goes to work every day and thinks everybody likes him. He laughs and he jokes, and everybody, he's like the guy, right? So he gets confronted by this guy while they're all drunk, who peers into his eyes and says that this unruffled demeanor is just a front, and that he's not, he's a robot, he's not human. After, then there's a big cathartic conflict precipitated by his usually easygoing son after he gets uncharacteristically drunk and trashes the living room. And the father realizes that he has indeed been putting up a front all this time, and by sharing, as a family, potentially embarrassing tidbits of their lives, so everybody shares something embarrassing during this scene. I won't get into it. He learns to embrace his own weakness rather than deny it. As a result of this mutual recognition of each other's capacity for weakness, the daughter draws a new self-portrait with the eyes still shut, but the mouth is smiling. Viewing this completed portrait as it is displayed alongside her classmates at the ceremony, the father reflects that, and this is the quote, and I think it's the last line if I remember correctly. A closed eyelid may simply be like a scab, covering a wound until it heals. If it takes some time to do, that's fine. That's what a family is, he thought, and brightened a little. Okay, so the last line of the story informs the reader that the family picture that's not quite the last line. Then the line following that says that, so they all line up, and then a family picture is taken, and in that picture, the father's eyelids are closed. So in other words, miming his daughter's active refusal, the protagonist is able to block the relay between seeing and being seen that his open eyes facilitate. In other words, if your eyes are open, you can see, but things can get in. Thus exempting himself from the social pressures to perform himself as constantly efficient, competent, and optimistic. The open eye is, in the end, a type of wound, and social participation is itself an anxious, exhausting process, pretending toward an impossible ideal, confident, self-sufficient subject, being a person. The story conserves, so I'll skip that part. The alignment of the nuclear family itself with the scab and the island at the end of the story mirrors the similarly paradoxical relation that I've been talking about the supposed, social crisis of contemporary Japan. That's supposedly tied to the rise of the nuclear family during the period of rapid economic growth. Simultaneously exemplifying the most basic mode through which, sociality and like being a person, so being a citizen of a country and being a member of society, can be promulgated and maintained. And it's also, so in other words, if you have a nuclear family, you're part of society and you're part of the nation. You're the building block, right? You produce things like children and like economic endeavors, and you keep things running. But at the same time, you're a frighteningly impenetrable intimate space capable of concealing the most gruesome of pathologies behind its walls. And the nuclear family circulates within the debates, I think, like the closed eye as an image, and as like an eyelid as a scab circulates through that story. And I wanted to point out again what this looks like, right? So you have an eye that has a pupil that's opening out into being able to receive. So I think that, so reading those two things together kind of did it for me, I guess. The other work that I want to talk about very briefly gives a nice visual breakdown of the stereotypes going into both the hikikomori and the otaku. It's a manga, a comic book called Chikara no Arika, the Seat of Power, which is an elaborate pun I won't get into. And it's not the one you're thinking it is, I don't think, but I just realized. Okay. So right now we're seeing the formation of a hikikomori. So he's a good student through all of the, maybe I'll do it closer to what's on, right? So he's a good student, and he's the him. There he is. And he's happy. He is shown working, surrounded by comments from his parents telling him he's a good boy, that all their expectations are on them, and that he is doing really, really well. Ganbare, eh? So he works and works, but he's starting to break down. He starts refusing food that his parents get for him, and he's just working and working. These are onomatopoeias for breathing heavily. Finally, he can't take it. He gets worse and worse, breathing becomes more labored, and his actual ability to do his work becomes compromised. He's not able to do his work, and he gets more and more frustrated with himself. He sweats, he stops talking to his parents, he starts ripping things up. And then he starts, this is sort of, he's getting to classic hikikomori iconography here, where he's all wrapped up in dead on the ground. He doesn't bother to make his bed anymore. He doesn't emerge from his room. Finally, his parents quite a bit of time passes, and then his parents are trying to get into his room, it's locked. And finally they burst in, this is their shocked faces, because look at that. It has this larger, darker, glowy-eyed thing where the sun used to be. Then we get to see it, and he's definitely different, but he also conforms to, this is basically like a diagram of how hikikomori are portrayed as a stereotype. So in other words, he is not really unable to speak well for himself. He's sort of frustratedly repeating words, especially words that he's already been told back at them. He is, fat. He has unkempt hair. He's wearing glasses. I guess he always did, but now they're ugly. And he has bad skin now. And he has a knife. So one thing to keep in mind is that in Japan, little cutter knives like this are not part of 9/11 iconography, but rather part of the kit for like school kids. Every school kid has a little one, right? So they're a common murder weapon in narratives about kids going wrong, especially girls actually, but also very weak boys. So he is just saying ah in this part, and then he attacks his parents with the cutter knife and drives them away from his room, and then he asks them to give back his youth at the end. I'll leave it at that. I have a lot more to say, but I'll leave that one there. What I want to talk about now is within this cultural milieu. So how do you explain this type of behavior? How do you explain it as a phenomenon, a social phenomenon, a cultural phenomenon, and a national phenomenon, right? So what does this say about being a contemporary Japanese person? What does it mean about participating in society? Which is where the other reading that I gave you pops up, which is this book. The Anatomy of Dependence, or Amai no Koto by the psychologist Takeo Doi. If you read the parts that I gave you, you'll get a flavor of how the book goes. So the book pretends toward this kind of clinical truth, but has a tendency to anchor these sort of clinical insights or extrapolate these clinical insights from these very personal recollections of himself moving about while he was studying in America. So you have these vignettes where he's in this living room and somebody offers him something, or no, someone doesn't offer him something, someone asks him what he wants, and he feels put upon because he has to make a choice rather than having an array of things sort of put in front of him for him to choose or not choose as he sees fit. He sees it as a strange kind of off-putting interrogation occurring in this living room, and he thought he was just going to a party. Reflecting upon this, so he's like, well, why am I so weird? Like, why? Obviously, they're just being nice. So the answer he comes up with is the formulation of a theory of a type of desire that the Japanese has a name for, but America or other countries, other languages do not. And this is also in your glossary, it's called amae. This is his theory of amae. Amae is translated in the title as dependence, and within the book as indulgence. It's tricky because, it's a tricky word because of its grammar, so it's hard to tell who's doing what to whom most of the time. So the idea is that amae is the name that he gives for the desire to be indulged. So I want to be indulged by you. But even more specifically is the desire to be placed in situations in which your desire to be indulged is indulged, so that that is satisfied. So it's not the specific action that whatever the indulger is doing does, but rather that the recognition that you want to be indulged is validated by the fact that someone's already doing it for you. He bases this, he traces this back to conceptualizing society within Japan as being maternal rather than paternal. So this is one of, he starts getting into dichotomies at this point. So the first dichotomy he sets up is that in Japan, society is maternal, all giving, enveloping. And that's what is expected from social interaction. In America, it's paternal. And it's all about fighting for yourself, consolidating your independence, and getting what you want out of life. That's the first thing he says. Then he gets into an interesting section where he talks about the pathologies of amae. So what does amae look like when it runs amok? Amae, to him, amae looks like wanting two things, this sort of overweening selfishness of the person in the center, and along with that, a kind of imperious way of demanding things without actually demanding them. So in other words, judging the person who's not giving you something because they haven't already tried to give it to you. The other side of that is the part that starts to correspond, and you can see how Saito Tamaki is increasingly indebted to Doi, where Doi starts to outline how Japanese society is in concentric circles. So you have, if you're willing to look at these not as eyeballs now, but rather as concentric circles, you have these ascending, like expanding levels of intimacy. So you have in-groups and out-groups. And for him, the idea of a happy person in Japan is someone who has a being that's organized around the satisfaction of being indulged in increasingly more forthright ways with increasingly more intimate people. So that your sense of self, so in other words, this individual and this family are never extricable within this type of schema. And then the smaller groups that then either the family or the individual as part of a family starts to make function in the same way. And in this way, this has become an extremely influential and in some ways, well, I'll get into the perniciousness later, but it's become a very influential way that the Japanese psyche, insofar as it can be like isolated and talked about that way, has been isolated and talked about that way. Which leads me to a later book by Saito Tamaki, which is very pretty, and called Hikikomori Bunkaron, which is the cultural theory of hikikomori. This is when he starts expanding his, oh, am I running out of time? A lot. Anyway, he expands his explanation of the hikikomori from a therapeutic and individual case-by-case level to a cultural level, and connects his theory of hikikomori to the theory of amae in much the same way that I just did. And starts employing similar sort of tactics. So he says, for example, that hikikomori now is being written about in America untranslated, because it's this thing that only happens in Japan, sort of ignoring the fact that he translated it originally from English. And that it becomes more and more important for him that the uniqueness of hikikomori within the modern age becomes something about the uniqueness of Japan in the context of the world. So it'd be interesting to think about, like, are there other behaviors in other countries that are similar to hikikomori, but not perhaps exactly statistically the same, that are not being called thus because of different historical accidents. So at the end of it, I wanted to talk about how to open up this question rather than, I feel like these explanations that go back to an essential type of Japanese and so an essential type of disposition generalizable to all of Japan have tended to close the question of what the nature of social refusal is, what the nature of being a person in, for example, very advanced capitalist society is that's going through a recession. Those sorts of questions get bracketed in favor of questions about, like, well, are Japanese men conditioned to be these kind of squalling babies who, when they get frustrated, become apathetic and stop moving? Which is essentially what a lot of these things are boiling down. So I obviously have a lot more to say. So if there are any questions or anything like that, thank you very much.
Question for Brian?
I do have a question. Do you think, because you just mentioned it again, you mentioned in the beginning about masculinity, is there any connection between this perception in Japan of emasculation that comes out of the post-war generation with hikikomori?
It depends on what you mean by that question. I don't think hikikomori feel castrated by the occupation of America, but I think that cultural commentators talking about what the problem is are influenced by their ideas about Japanese masculinity in the context of the post-war. So in other words, remember that picture, the wedding photo? Even the idea that it's called the wedding photo? The idea of Japanese masculinity being small or truncated, and then having sort of compensatory something or other, is something that is traceable to a very prominent post-war writer of youth fiction of rebellion, Ishihara Shintaro, who is now the very same man who's the governor of Tokyo, whom Professor Field was talking about. And it seems unlikely that that's unrelated. A lot of the cultural theory that has to do with the non-mature status of Japanese males, especially, or the feminization of Japanese society, linked to ideas of consumerism, especially in the late 80s, where you had something called shoujo-ron, where consumers were thought of as the exemplary consumer was the adolescent girl, even though at the same time she was being consumed, but that people were acting like shoujo as they were participating in this culture. Those sorts of ideas, I think, do have their roots in many ways in just those sorts of international measuring contests.
Thank you.
For any additional questions you might have for our speakers. And in the meantime, lunch is awaiting us in the room next door, and I know that you will be gracious hosts, Moraine Valley people, and you will kindly invite one of the speakers. Oh, I know. One of the speakers to sit at your individual tables if you would. So please move on next door and we'll begin our lunch, and Jackie will take over at that point. Thank you. Next speaker is Hans Thompson, and some of us were lucky enough to have him as a delightful table mate at lunch. In addition to that, he is associate professor in the Department of Art History. He received his PhD in Japanese art from Princeton in 2005. And listen to all his interests. Some of my favorite things: early modern salon culture, rituals and functions of religious objects, Japanese reception of Chinese and Korean art, contemporary ceramic art, issues of connoisseurship and patronage, word and text relationships, and the history of museums and collections. So Dr. Thompson is going to talk to us about, you have it in front of you, but more generally, woodblock prints of the 19th and 20th centuries.
Thank you, Linda, for those kind words. It's a great pleasure to be here to participate in this event. When I was first approached about giving this presentation, I wasn't quite sure what to talk about, but on hearing that it was directly after lunch, the inspiration came to me. Why not talk about food? And specifically to talk about the role of Japanese restaurants in the cultural world of the 19th and 20th centuries. As we'll see, the connection between restaurants and culture, or food and art, is a vital one, especially in the period discussed. It will, for example, become clear that the woodblock print artists, such as Hiroshige or Hokusai, were intimately connected with the world of the restaurants of the day. And come to think of it, through the 1.5 centuries that Japan has been an integral part of the Western world, the two factors I'll talk about today have had a great influence on the West. The art, through the woodblock prints mainly, which were avidly collected and emulated by Western collectors and artists, and through the Japanese cuisine that we've grown to love. And today's lunch was quite lovely, thank you. And also the role of food in the cultural, as cultural ambassadors that we see today as well as we did then. In my allotted time, I will then talk about the varieties of restaurants depicted in Japanese prints, what we can know about them, and how they influence the art of the day. As we'll see, the restaurants and their food foster that flowering of the arts, serve as a place for various cultural salons, and provided the meeting grounds where the knowledge of many new ideas and objects from inside and outside Japan were made known. I aim to show that the restaurants were a vital part of Japanese culture, and that their roles in society is vital to understanding the artistic milieu of early modern Japan. Restaurants are by no means rare in Japanese woodblock prints. They appear in the variant versions, from simple roadside stalls to expensive kaiseki eating establishments, and feature quite often in the prints of famous woodblock print artists such as Hiroshige and Hokusai and other major landscape print artists. In such prints, restaurants typically appear, it's a Hiroshige, next to the street in a fore or middle ground or in an urban scene as part of the regular cityscape. As with other works of art, we should, however, take such appearances with a grain of salt, as these are not objective views of 19th century architectural reality, but very much a subjective views of the artist. As with other elements within the prints, the artists have placed the restaurants there for a reason, and it's our task to determine what that could have been. For this discussion, we will be examining a number of woodblock prints, and in particular a collection of restaurant prints created by Hiroshige in the 1830s and 40s, some of them entitled The Famous Restaurants in Edo. We will look closely at restaurants within this series, and examine different functions served by the restaurants within 19th century Japan. I believe that the restaurants serve a highly significant and a multifaceted role in the cultural world of the time, and a role we can best approach through the careful study of contemporary images and texts. Restaurants' prints can be broadly divided into three groups. One, restaurants can be shown in the middle of background elements in landscape prints. Two, they can become stage settings for figure prints, usually actual beautiful women prints. And three, there can be prints where the central focus is on the restaurants themselves. For the first group, let's look at a famous view of the Mariko station from Hiroshige's first Tokaido series, the 53 stations of Tokaido. And actually, one of your colleagues has kindly brought along some Tokaido images. Norma, I don't know if you could pass that around, and you can have a look at reproductions of Tokaido prints. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, in this scene, another Tokaido series is, of course, the highway between Kyoto, the old capital of Japan, and Edo, the new capital. And it features the various stops on this road, the various scene sites on this highway. In this particular scene of the station Mariko, Hiroshige depicted a small rustic food stall next to a flowering plum tree. The plum tree is right here. And a scene that appears at first to be a purely nondescript landscape scene. Two travelers, resting at a bench down here, are eating totoro jiru, which is a grated yam soup, the main attraction of the station, which is advertised on a signpost that's leading against the building right here. Another traveler has resumed his travel down the highway, say down the road. This scene of a rustic tea shop in Mariko by a flowering plum tree is in fact full of deeper meanings and refer to two famous literary works. The first is a haiku poem by the famous poet Basho that he wrote on his travels. Plum blossoms, young leaves, and the grated yam soup of Mariko Station. Basho draws a picture of spring through the two objects, the plums and the leaves, and ties it to the Mariko yam soup, which he suggests must be especially good in such circumstances. Hiroshige seems also to refer to Jipensha Ikku's novel, Hizakurige, which is translated The Shank's Mare by Thomas Satchel, and its two protagonists will travel the length of the Tokaido. This pair of characters also stop at the Mariko station and are described in the novel as being served by a waitress with a baby on her back, as we see here, the baby on the back of the waitress. So, as in the text and print. The print thus becomes a complex mixture of Hiroshige, Ikku, and Basho, more complex than the nondescript scene that a viewer would have assumed at first glance. An example of the second group, the restaurants as stage sets for figure prints, Kunisada created an evocative snow scene entitled Evening Snow at Mokuboji Temple. And we have a title up here. It's a series from 8 views of Edo. The two women are featured here against the falling snow are typical and beautiful examples of the popular Bijinga genre of beautiful women prints. Such prints often show women against nondescript nature or interior scenes. The Mokuboji Temple, or the title, however, is a hint for the knowing and refers instead to a specific restaurant that was within the precincts of Mokuboji Temple in the Asakusa district of Edo. The restaurant was, and you can see the restaurant up here in the corner, and somebody waiting inside. The restaurant was run by Uekiya Hanbei, and the restaurant consequently was known as in shortened form Uehan, and was famous for its clams and yams. The restaurant and the temple were a short distance by boat from the licensed red light district of Yoshiwara, and also conveniently lay on the way from Yoshiwara to the city, and vice versa. A senryu poem on the restaurants states that the yams of Uehan wants to change themselves into cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms of sakura are, of course, the women of the pleasure quarters. And the gist of the poem is that after a meal of yams at Yaohan, the customer would then want to travel upstream to the Yoshiwara district, the dessert. The knowing viewer of Kunisara's prince would also know that the courtesans of the Yoshiwara were sometimes allowed to leave the quarters and for a short trip to the Mokuboji temple, usually accompanied by a client. Whereas the main focus of this work is a depiction of the beautiful women in the center of the prince. The inner narrative is revealed by the title and also by visual cues, such as a boat against the coastline, right here, the stairway up to the restaurant, but here, it's right here, and the bridge leading from the restaurant to the garden on the other side. Okay, and let's see, I have another, this is the area right here, and Mokuboji temple, and it's out here, this is the place of the restaurant, and this is the bridge we see on the other side, contemporary bridge. And here's another view of the restaurant. For the third group, a print focusing on the restaurants themselves, let us look at a print of the same restaurant with different emphasis. And here we have it. This is another view of the Mokuboji Uehan restaurant through the lens of Hiroshige in a print entitled Snow View at the Mokuboji Temple from his famous restaurants and Edo series. This one is from 1838. The figures recede into the middle ground, and we look at the scene through a bird's eye perspective. Yet, much of the same visual markers are used as before, here compressed into a single print. And this time with a male customer who is hidden from view. He's right here. And of course hidden from curious onlookers. And we have the boat here, we have the coastline, we have the stairs here, and then we have the bridge leading over to this garden area. The main emphasis on this particular prince and the other prints in this remarkable series from which it comes is now on the charms of the restaurant. Such charms are intimated in a striking scene with its vivid color contrast, the presence of courtesans, a title that refers to the beautiful view, and a poem in the upper right in this little fan-shaped cartouche, which tells of the superlative bonito dishes available at the restaurant. And it goes, the bonita at Uekia, so carefully prepared. Uekia the Tegawa o tsukuru matsu no sakana. The Uekia is the name of the restaurant, but it can also mean a potted plant shop. And the name for the bonito fish used in this poem is literally pine fish. So the pun here is that you can actually buy pine trees at this plant shop. That sounds better. The print can also be said to be a glorified advertisement for the restaurant. And prior commentators have theorized on the restaurant as having been paid, the restaurant paid Hiroshige and others to publicize their establishments. The Hiroshige specialist, Wichita Minoru, suggested in 1930 that the restaurant may have given the prints to the customers and distributed them to them at certain occasions, and later commentators have followed his explanation. The possible commercial aspect of this in the past cast a negative light on this series, which unfortunately has led to its undeserved neglect. These prints are, however, important for their ability to shed lights on the roles of the restaurants in early modern Japanese institution, and on their various functions and meanings in the 19th century Edo. When we look at the above three prints featuring the restaurant, whether as part of a landscape print, a beautiful women print, or simply as a restaurant print, it is clear that meanings are often hidden beneath surfaces. The artist communicates by hints and partly concealed clues that must certainly have made the prints more interesting for the 19th century Edo audience as they tried to solve the inner puzzles. It is even more difficult for 21st century audiences to decipher such meanings. Another complication lies in the different types of prints. Some prints emphasize beautiful women, most often courtesans, and others show a large bust of a popular kabuki actor in the foreground, and others simply famous landscapes. And just to show you some other examples, this is the same restaurant in a double print by Kunisara and Hiroshige, and you have the same, by now you can recognize the features of this restaurant. And this is a more modern one. This is a print from the 1890s, And this is the same restaurant. Again, this is and of course now it's hard to recognize the restaurant, and the emphasis is on the beautiful women in front. Okay. The last print of the threesome, Hiroshige's famous prints of restaurants of Edo, is clearly exceptional. There are no prominent women, actresses, portraits of actors. We also have no famous sites such as Mount Fuji in the center, nor are there outside effects stressed as such as the Tokaido Highway or Edo, as in several prints in which only the interiors are displayed. In addition, each print is accompanied by a poem in which the interiors are in a fantasy cartouche, an element not seen in other versions. How are we then to understand these prints? Are we to take the labels literally and accept the prints simply as early modern Japanese version of a Michelin list of famous restaurants? Should we think of the prints as commercial advertisements of eating establishments that were shrewd enough to secure the services of a major artist of the period? Or was there a pretext for displaying the artistic visions of a major artist with a commercial aspect as a side issue, like the posters of Toulouse-Lautrec? There's no easy answer, as this series seems to contain a little of all these elements. The complexity of the problem is partly reflected in the fact that the restaurants had multiple functions. They served as salons for the literati, as places for performing arts, as galleries for showing paintings and calligraphy, as places for prostitution, and as famous sites, as meisho. As we'll see, the famous Restaurants in Edo series, and all the restaurants prints as well, can tell us all this and more. Through these prints, their designs, titles, poems, we can gauge the various associations that restaurants have for the citizenry of Edo. We can see that although Hiroshige's purpose in creating this particular set may have been partly to advertise the eating establishments, his prints tell us much more of the rich cultural role of the restaurants that he and others frequented in 19th century Edo, Japan. In the intricate Tokugawa maze of rules and regulations, restaurants represented a neutral ground where intellectuals, artists, and the cultural salons could meet to exchange ideas more or less freely. Among the various eating establishments, Yaozen in the Shinya district of Edo, was probably the most favored among the cultural elite. This is Yaozen. There's even a Yaozen at the present, run by the 7th generation. Here, painters and intellectuals could mix with the upper-level samurai and bureaucrats. Even the ruler of Japan, the shogun Ienari, once made a visit to a restaurant in 1828. The leading role of this restaurant in Edo's cultural world can best be assessed from a woodblock-printed book, The Food Connoisseur, Ryoritsu, published by the restaurant owner Kurihara Zenshiro I in 1822, and enlarged 4 volumes in 1832. This book gives us a valuable tool by which to gauge the popularity of the Yaozen restaurant and its role as a meeting place for the various Edo circles. The Food Connoisseur, and we have here pages from this book, became a favorite gift for visitors to the restaurant. And let's see. And here's an image of the restaurant from inside, again from this famous series, Famous Restaurants of Edo series. We have a view from the 2nd floor. And up here we have a painting by Tani Buncho. You can just gauge his name here. Tani Buncho was a favorite visitor to this place. And on the other window we see the road, this dike, which led to Yoshibara. This is the Japan dike. And then you can just see people on the way to the pleasure district. Another view, again, combination of Kunisara and Hiroshige, has a restaurant as a topic, here with the actor image. And again, we have the dike and the reference to Yoshibara up in the poem. Let's see. And here back to the Food Connoisseur. The Food Connoisseur became a favorite gift for visitors to the restaurant and remains a valuable document today for several reasons. For one thing, the book lists the actual food served in this luxury restaurants in the early 19th century. And not only as simple dishes, but as combinations, as menus, and menus according to the seasons, the months, and all kinds of other conditions. The first volume also includes select Japanese menus, and the latter volumes focus on the Chinese-derived shippoku and fucha dishes also served in this restaurant. Shippoku fare in Edo was an Edo version of a Chinese cuisine that originally came to Japan through Nagasaki. The food itself is more Japanese than Chinese, although the table, the dishes, the cups are more Chinese in origin. The way of eating, sharing from a central dish, for example, and we have some of these objects here, is also more Chinese than Japanese. Fucha fare came with the monks of the Obaku sect of Buddhism, has escaped China with the collapse of the Ming Dynasty in the 17th century and set up a thriving intellectual center in Uji, south of Kyoto. This type of food was purely vegetarian and stressed dishes prepared with sesame seed oils and tofu. The illustrations taken from the book vary from scenes depicting the restaurant itself to images of imported Chinese porcelains, dishes, tables, and accessories, to depictions of flowers and foods in various seasons. One interesting aspect of the print is a wide range of varied artists represented in the works. Not only are ukiyo-e artists such as Kunisada, Keisai, Eisen represented, but also famous artists such as Hokusai and Hiroshige. Nanda artists are also represented, such as Tani Bunsho, Haruki Nanko, Haruki Nanmei, and also ring artist Sakai Hoitsu is present in the illustrations in this book. The preface and introductions are written by Ota Nanko, also known as Shokusanji, and Kameda Bosai. Both are well known for their poetry and calligraphy. In short, the book, and an extension the restaurant, represents a veritable who's who among the artists, authors, poets active in Edo at this time. For example, let's see. Oh yes, let's see. Actually, there on this page from the 1822 section edition, the reader of the book is presented by an ostensible scene from the restaurant. The artist, Keisai Eisen, has represented 4 middle-aged gentlemen seated around a table of Chinese origin and holding foreign glasses and implements. At the center of the table is a large bowl with food. The guests are, in fact, consuming a conspicuously Chinese shippoku. The young waitress appears on the right, holding a Chinese Kennedy-type wine mirror. And the figures have been identified through a number of ways, and identified as Ota Nanko, Kuogata Keisai, Kameda Bosai, and Okubo Shibutsu. All are leading figures in the literary artist worlds of the time, and their inclusion signals the intent of the author of this book to promote its restaurant position as a cultural salon of this time. Let's see, and also just to show the ice. In fact, owner Kurihara Zenshiro can be said to have presented the reader of this book with a separate role, created through the verified culture of the elite and famous artists of the art and their artwork, the preparation of foreign cuisine, if a Japanese variant, and foreign style of eating also created a mystical space that was not entirely Japan, but a space set apart from the daily world. The depiction of the stars of the day helped to create an effective image for the visitors of the restaurant and aided the restaurant in the ability to stay at the top of the cultural meeting places of Edo. And also, just to show you this is also part of this book. It shows a meal, adding to this sense of authenticity of the book. It shows a meal actually being consumed in China. This is how Chinese actually consume it. And careful attention is paid to the implements. And then it goes on to show the same kind of food being presented in Nagasaki. And here we have a Chinese gentleman who's playing the host, and a obviously delighted Japanese gentleman is seated at the table, taking part in the meal. And then the next image that they show in the book is how you can recreate that Chinese experience in our restaurant. And it shows a host here and his delighted visitors, and as about to take part in this experience of China. Let's see. Scenes depicting gatherings of cultural figures are not uncommon. There are several such portraits of artists and cultural figures seated together. An example can be seen in Hiroshige's print of the Yushima Matsuganiya restaurant from his famous Restaurants of Edo series. Here, in a spacious room with a view of the city below, various cultural figures compose poetry, write calligraphy on fans and kanjaku paper. They read texts, they sightsee, and converse over a glass of wine. You can see them sharing some wine over here. The poem Oven in the Cartouche alludes to the view from the restaurant. From the Matsuganiya, one can see lotus plants, the tea shop by the lake. In this remarkable design, he plays with various pawns there. In this remarkable design, Hiroshige alludes to such gatherings as one seen in a restaurant, print of the Yaozen, and also to various painting traditions. For example, the paintings of the Kinkishoga, which show Chinese sages practicing music and art. This tradition was a favorite of, for example, Kano school painters, who often painted such scenes in wall panels and screens of temples, castles, and well-off houses. Another tradition that Hiroshige may have alluded to is the depiction of the Rokkasen, the 6 great Japanese poets who are often shown portrayed together, engaged in various cultural pursuits. Judging from such scenes at the Matsuganiya gathering and the Yaozen scene we just saw, we may say that the restaurants were the place for the culturally engaged to congregate and to hold meetings, and that it became common for restaurants to advertise their places and as being the locales for such gatherings. Okay. Victoria and documentary sources also point to the restaurants having been magnets for frequent gatherings of special interest groups. We have, for example, illustrations of Randaru, this was Western learning, gatherings at restaurants, images made to commemorate certain occasions and which were presumably shown afterwards at set meetings. And here's a famous one where they met in a restaurant, and they even had the visitor, a Dutch visitor, in a corner, sitting in a chair, and then the inscriptions of most of the participants afterwards on the scroll and accompanying a piece of paper. Okay. In addition, guides, literary guides in the city of Edo, such as the Edo Suzume, 1677, Edo Hanjoki, 1832, and the Ryukyo Shinshi of 1859, list the large numbers of restaurants catering to meetings of people associated with the arts. For example, the Ryukyo Shinshi, the new annals of the Yanagibashi area, describes the Yanagibashi restaurant districts as follows, quote, "Nowadays, in even the poor districts of Edo, one sees a sake shop every 10 steps, a restaurant every 100 steps, the fresh Suzuki fish from Sonjan, and sake from Hanzhou. Just sit down and feast. But first, let me describe the thriving places in Yanagibashi. Such a great culinary feast is unique in all of Edo. To the north of the bridge are the restaurants Kawacho and Manpachi. To the south, Umegawa, Kamese, Kawachiya, and Yanagiya. In addition, shops like the Hirasan, Futagawai, Sokaya spread their shop signs on the Yonezawa-cho. The 3 restaurants, Kashiwaya, Nakamura, and the Aoyagi, are only separated by the river. In addition, other smaller places, such as Marutake Izuya and Komatsude. There is no time to mention them all. For the best drink and food, I recommend the Kawacho, followed by the Kashiwaya. Restaurants such as the Manpachi, Kawachiya, and Nakamura are known for their commonly called rental rooms. Here, calligraphers and painters have the sales of their works, and rich people have their meetings. Masters in the arts of shamisen, dance, and ikebana have exhibitions and lessons there, and spread out the cushions, inviting people to attend. Clearly, many types of people were involved in meetings. Clearly, many types of people were involved in the meetings in the restaurants, not just the rarefied elites described on these paintings and prints. most of the above-mentioned restaurants, many of them of these above-mentioned many restaurants, most of them are depicted in the Hiroshige series. And they had rooms for rent in which a great variety of meetings and activities were held. In the following section, we'll examine a few such activities as depicted on the prints. Okay. The restaurants were often home to various forms of music, poetry, and parlor games, and traces of such popular pastimes often appear in the restaurant prints. First, forms of musical entertainment that are popular in the restaurants often figure in Hiroshige's series. The above quotation from the Yanagibashi Annals mentions that shamisen players were active in a manpachi restaurant. And these appear quite often. We have this was a trademark of the geisha, carrying along a big box which had the shamisen. This appears in quite a few of these images. In the print of a manpachi restaurant, we have a manpachi on the other side of the river. From Hiroshige's famous Restaurants of Edo series, shows such a meeting about to take place. In the night scene of the restaurant, seen from the Yanagibashi Bridge, a female shamisen player, right here, is met by an attendant from the restaurant holding a lantern on which we have the name manpachi. The clue that informs the viewer of the female's profession is the object carried by a man behind her, right here, namely, this is the shamisen box. By depicting the shamisen's player in the foreground, Hiroshige alludes to the availability of rental rooms, as written in the text we read just before. And we see some parties in progress over there. Poetry meetings also took place in such restaurants, and great collections of poems were produced on such occasions, sometimes printed in voluminous anthologies. The comic poetry from the Senryu was particularly popular, and examples of this can be seen in the prints of Hiroshige's restaurant series in the fan-shaped cartouches. The titles of these poems are all the same: Kyoku Awase, which is, you have to see it over here, which is haiku poetry composition. And such poems were likely the product of competitions among the members of certain groups. The prints on the Yushima Matsuganeya are also depicted poets plying their arts in various types of paper. Not only did the poets meet in such restaurants, but the restaurants often became the topics of such poems. A parlor game that was to gain remarkable popularity, let's see, oh, this is again the manpachi seen in another print. Remarkable popularity in late Edo periods was various forms of the shadow game. This Hiroshige print, for example, reveals two aspects of the games seen from the sides of both the player and the audience. After the successful depiction of a quite often elaborate shadow on the sliding door paper, the door was opened, revealing the contestant in a strenuous pose. Here the objects described are a potted plant and a rabbit. The spacious room of the restaurants, where rooms could be subdivided with a quick insertion of paper sliding doors, were ideal for the deployment of such games. Although the game does seem to lack a certain sophistication by modern standards, the fascination of the game no doubt improved as the evening went on and the alcohol consumption went up. Okay, let's see. And this print, we'll be looking at this print, Chikanobu by Chikanobu. And this is actually interesting in that it shows a restaurant, inside of a restaurant, an artist's view of what's going on in such an establishment. And with this, we get a clue into the variety of events that took place and also coexisted at the same time within these quarters. And we also see various levels of sophistication in this game. Here we have, of course, the guests are coming in, and we have the food presented downstairs with Thai and sea green on the table. And then we have the geishas assembling here, but it looks like a wild party inside. You can see all the shadows on the sliding doors. And then on the furthest part of this triptych, we have a very somber and serious meeting of what looks like intellectuals. in the last room. As mentioned in the early above quotation from Ryugyo Shinshi, the sale of calligraphy and paintings, or shogakai, often took place in the restaurants of the Edo period, and were often recorded in contemporary documents. And there are also several visual depictions of such meetings. For example, this is by Hiroshige II. In his view of such a meeting near Ryogaku Bridge from his 36 Views of Edo series. Here, a section of a painting of an eagle can be seen to the right against the wall, with the paints of the artist on the floor. He just draw it on the spot in the sekiga, and the paintings are done on request for the customers right on the spot. Painters and calligrapher would draw a painting or write characters in front of the guest, often in response to such requests. The guest would then be asked to buy the painting, which was then mounted later at the customer's expense or convenience, or perhaps left unmounted if the work did not suit his taste or his wife's or her husband's. Another view of the Onoshi restaurant from from Hiroshige's famous restaurant of Edo series shows such a meeting from a distance. And you can sort of see it here happening in the windows of this place. A number of works are displayed on the wall, one of them which playfully bears Hiroshige's own seal. Unlike the print by its follower Hiroshige II, Hiroshige includes the name of the restaurant of the print, and thus advertises here the availability of the rooms for calligraphy and painting meetings. We know from written records that Hiroshige also participated in such meetings himself, as with most artists of the time. A record of a sale in the 9th month of 1798 in Kyoto lists close to 100 artist participants, including both famous and now lost artists. Such meetings became an important venue for the artists for the sale of their works, especially when the artist was still unknown. It also became common way for the master to promote his pupils. The master would invite numerous contacts and introduce them to his students. The calligraphy and painting meetings thus became commonplace, and at times also a nuisance, as it was hard to refuse and harder still to resist purchases if one went to the event. Terakado Seiken denounces the practice sharply in his Edo Hanjoki, and includes an entire chapter on this troublesome subject, which he calls as akin to extortion and a refuge of immature artists. A letter dated 1818 by the popular author Takizawa Bakin laments the practice as well. Bakin, however, 20 years later, in 1836, due to financial difficulties, felt it necessary to stage such an event himself and prepared a shogakai to celebrate his 70th birthday. The event was held in the aforementioned Manpachi restaurant and became the biggest event of its kind, with over 1,000 paying guests. Records we have of the event includes a long letter written by Bakin detailing the preparations, the visitors, and even the event itself. Particularly interesting is the guest list, which includes such artists as Hokusai, Hiroshige, Kunisara, who came with 8 or 9 students, Kuniyoshi, authors, poets, and important government officials. Through such documents, it becomes clear how important restaurants were for a meeting place for people from many levels and sections of society in the 19th century. The connection between prostitution and a restaurant has already been intimated in the print of the Mokubuji Temple and the Uehan restaurant. Yoshiwara was, of course, the famous red light district of Edo. Many restaurants were located, however, in the unlicensed red light areas in Edo. Areas that were periodically raided and stopped, yet mostly continued unhindered throughout the period. It was, of course, natural for the restaurants to make most of their location next to brothels, and in some places became the actual meeting places between the prostitutes and the customers. Eisen's print of this Sakurai restaurant from his The Connoisseurs of Modern Cuisine, Tosei Ryoritsu, ostensibly dealing with restaurant and food, leaves no doubt in the reviewer's mind as to what kind of cuisine he's referring to. Each print of this series features a full-size portrait of a loosely clad courtesan against a mostly black background. Depiction of the restaurant is relegated to small cartouches in the background that features Western painting-inspired features, perspectives, and also these wooden frames. The Sakurai restaurant, located next to Okago, faced the Shinobazu Pond, hence the railing and the trees below. Hiroshige depicted this particular restaurant in his famous Prince of Edo series, and showed it with a full view of the lake and the terrace with younger and older courtesans. The subtitle of Hiroshige's Prince is right here. Seiro Hanami no Yasumi, the brothel takes time off for viewing the flowers. It shows us the courtesans also with the smaller children playing and fighting with each other here over a woodblock print of an actor. In either case, whether Eisen or Hiroshige, the proximity of the seeming lake as well as to the prostitutes become the sales point for the restaurant. Another restaurant known for its courtesans was, anyway, they're the same restaurant by another view, was the WWII, also known for its delicious heron dishes. This is where he went for a heron. And for the literati who are often met there, including the painter Sakai Hoitsu, which is apparently his favorite place. The place was also known for the large hot bath located within its garden. Hiroshige's famous restaurant of Edo prints of this restaurant shows a noticeably drunk customer here trying to pull a courtesan toward the bath. And we have the embarrassed companion in the back. Aisen's large, here we have the same restaurant by another print. And Aisen's large diptych, standing diptych print also shows this courtesan, also shows a restaurant, but obliquely. A courtesan is standing next to a restaurant sign. There's a restaurant sign right here. It says restaurant, and the name is down here. Marked with the name of WWII. It's not difficult for the knowing audience to make the right associations. In 1878, after the beginning of the Meiji period, Kunichika designs a series of prints entitled the 36th Modern Restaurant, Kaika Sanjiro Kaseki. The kaika of the title refers to Bunmei Kaika, or a movement in the early Meiji period where Japanese traditions were overthrown and Western ones adopted in an effort to catch up with the perceived superiority of the Western civilization. In other words, a type of modernization was taking place. In that sense, it is curious that the title was applied to a series, but rather than a modern or Western scene, we see a typically Japanese one. More than anything else, it refers back to the availability of courtesans at certain restaurants. And the catchy title was perhaps an attempt by Kunichika, or the publisher, to sell an old object with new wrappings. Okay. Well, most restaurants were located in heavily populated urban areas. Some were placed in locations of great natural beauty and became famous as many of Edo's sightseeing spots or meisho. Such famous places become more or less codified as the famous views of Edo and celebrated in art, poetry, and literature. This list also came to include a few restaurants, as we'll see. One of the places already discussed is the Mokuboji Temple, we have here, and with the Uehan restaurant. The place was repeatedly depicted in the 19th century and also in Hiroshige's 100 famous views of places in Edo. While the view now is on a vertical format and serves as a restaurant from far away, it is surprising how faithfully Hiroshige kept all the visual markers of the earlier Mokuboji prints. The boats are there, the courtesan, the stairs, the buildings, and the bridge are all recognizably presented. As the subtitle indicates, however, now the emphasis is on the view rather than Yoshiwara or yams. The subtitle states, matter-of-factly, Mokuboji Temple, Uchigawa River, and the Gozensai Hata field, listing the three main elements of the view: the building, the river, and then the plains on the other side of the bridge. Another famous site was and here's another view. This is from his, this is also Hiroshige, and this is from his 8 views of the Suminagawa River, and it also has the Mokuboji Temple, except we see it now from this side. Before we saw it from over here. Okay. Another famous site was the Matsuganiya restaurant by the Yushima Shrine, which we saw from the interior. The site from its exterior was repeatedly designed by Hiroshige and other followers. And we see here, this is in poor condition, but we see a restaurant over here, and also down here. This is a painting by Hiroshige, this is a print. A later print by the little-known artist Koitsu also depicted the same restaurant in a striking snow scene entitled The View of Yoshimanake, which shows the restaurant and the temple and a torii gate on a winter day. You have the temple in the back, shrine in the back, and then the gate, and then the restaurant over here. You can see it over here. A curious feature of this print is that although we're not close enough to see the restaurant, to see any visible references to his name or signs, the artist has deliberately chosen not to overplay the presence of the restaurant. We're now very far away from the advertisements of Hiroshige's famous restaurant series. Kobayashi Kiyochika also created a print of the Tamasho restaurant by the Imado Bridge around 1910. The title reads, "View of the famous restaurant by Imado Bridge, Imado Yumeiro no Zu." It's down here. As with Koitsu's print, there's again no perceived need to mention or write the identity of the restaurant. Kiyochika also goes out of his way not to do so. The restaurant is named merely as an anonymous famous restaurant. What interests Kiyochika now is not so much the identity and function of the restaurant as the effects of lights and dark, and how to depict a scene of a building at night through the medium of the woodblock print. As we look at the above examples of late 19th century Meiji prints, we may think that the woodblock prints artists have now turned away from depicting the restaurants as a cultural phenomenon, or at least that depicting the restaurant was no longer an economically viable option for the printmaker and the publishers. Indeed, with the change of society during the Meiji and the pressures of monetization, there was now a definite reaction against the older modes of expression, and artists competed with each other in search for new ideas. One such new idea was to look at the foreigners in their homes and to create an exotic view into a greater world. One aspect of this fascination was the arrival of a new, if short-lived, genre of woodblock prints, the Yokohama-e. This was popular in the early 1860s. One example, for example, we see here is foreigners cavorting in the restaurant in Ganhiro, which is close to, which is in the red light district of Yokohama, and we have a visitor from Yokohama in our audience. And you can see here the Westerners are now in the underwear dancing, accompanied by music from the geishas, inspired Westerners. And also, let's see, we have another view of the Ganhiro restaurant. It's the same place. And here we have it's inside the restaurant. And this was the only restaurant that was licensed to serve foreigners. This print is the right side of right sides of a triptych that shows the inner courtyard of the restaurant and the wide corridors surrounding it. In the unseen center print stand a couple of foreigners. Well, actually, they are right here. And it's clear the way the attention of the viewer was directed, for the figures at the right all look toward the strange foreigner in the midst. Exotic features of the restaurants are stressed, such as the unusual architecture, for example here, and the servers holding on their heads enormous tables. This was a famous feature of this restaurant. with such luxuries as sea green. While the focus of the print is on the new oddity, the foreigner in Japan, many other trusted elements of restaurant depictions from earlier prints are still in evidence. For example, the artist still focuses on the availability of the courtesans, the audience, the preparation of exotic food, and references to parlor games through the reflection of the figures on the sliding doors over here. No clear break with the past was intended. And older ways of adapting to change was coming in from outside, adapting to change coming in from outside Japan were reinvented, just as the Ryōritsu that we saw earlier explained the Chinese cuisine in Japanese terms. So the woodblock print artist Gyosai created a Seiyo Ryōritsu, a Western food connoisseur, in order to navigate the intricacies of Western cuisine. Art was then again enlisted as a help in understanding the foreign. Nonetheless, there is a change in the Meiji print that moves undeniably away from the traditional depiction of restaurants. In addition, this tendency probably reflected the new social realities of restaurants, as they ceased to play a large role in the Meiji cultural world. And now there are numerous places, private as well as public, where people, intellectuals, could meet and exchange ideas. And there were museums and galleries where calligraphy and paintings could be exhibited and sold. Perhaps we should look at the 19th century restaurant prints with this new awareness that by the end of the century, the culturally significant and multifaceted role of the restaurant would largely fade away. It is, in fact, only through the role of woodblock prints that we have a vivid record of a world that has irretrievably gone away. In that sense, the prints deserve close examination for what they can tell us of the early modern Japan and the cultural role of the restaurant. Thank you.
What a woodblock is for those of us who are uninitiated?
Of course. If you look at a woodblock print, everything was transferred by wooden blocks onto paper. None of this was drawn on the paper. What you did was a master would create a design, and then other people would carve out blocks of wood so that you had, for example, colors would be transferred by blocks. You had a separate wooden block for each of the colors. So it was a very complicated and time-consuming process. For example, an image like this would probably be composed of, 30 blocks or so. And each of them would be carved separately. Each would be applied separately. Each would be rubbed from the back, and the colors would transfer. And they had this incredibly accurate system of lining up all the blocks, because if you just one block goes awry, the colors would end up there rather than down here. And this was called the Kento system, and everything was just lined up by this certain mechanical method. And they became so proficient at this that it was woodblock printing became the way of publishing books, prints, candy wrappers, advertisements, broad bills, anything and everything was produced by woodblock prints. There were no movable type at the time, like we have in the West. So everything was carved out as a unique set. For example, if you see the characters on the top over here, that was all carved out on a piece of block of wood. And this was done in reverse too, because you had to be carved in reverse so that when it's stamped on the paper, it would be right side. So it was incredibly complicated, and Japanese carried this to an amazingly refined degree. And then, for example, make a good difference. Oh, by the way, this says it's an American with a courtesan. It's a Thai word. Let's see. For example, here, if you can see some of the details in the housing in the back, and here, the level of precision was just astounding. I mean, you see no slippages at all in the colors, no overlapping of the colors, and you can also see here the lines. These were the traces this baron, this rubber that they used apart from the back of the paper, so the colors would transfer onto the paper. You can sense certain traces like that, but otherwise it's incredible level of precision and accuracy that we're able to achieve. Thank you. I should have mentioned that.
Something else, Gina? You are wildly taking
Yes,
Gina.
Question. I'm not as familiar with the Meiji period as I am with the Edo period, but I'm just wondering, like, if scholars know if during the Meiji period, if the prints were just as popular as Edo, if not more, because of this new, secularization and westernization, if they were consumed as much as the earlier prints were.
Yeah, correct. The question was whether there was a difference in consumption interest in woodblock prints from the Edo period to the Meiji period. The Edo period ended in 1867, and then the Meiji took over and lasted until 1911. I think it is certainly in the early part of the Meiji period, the interest did not change significantly. But then lithography came in, photography came in, offset printing, all kinds of printing methods came in from the West, and it became actually cheaper to use those. And they also seem, I think Japanese as people anyway love something new, right? So those woodblock prints, we have those forever. And here's lithography. So lithography actually became very popular at this time. And then gradually the interest in woodblock prints faded away. The masters who could do this amazing level of carving also died off, and the whole process was almost lost. It is still revived. People still do this carving, but mostly practiced by people in the 70s and 80s. It's not going to last very much longer. It's anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
But let me tell you a bit about her. She's a PhD student in modern Japanese literature at the University of Chicago, specializing in late 19th century women's writing in print media, literature, and the contemporary socio-political issues, including women's education, rights, and cultural practices. So, and she's probably, I'm sure, going to be referring to the bibliography that's in the back of your folder on the right-hand side, so you might want to pull that out.
Hi. My session is going to be a little different, I think, from the others because I put together this bibliography, and rather than having kind of a fixed theme, my bibliography is intended to be useful to your specific needs. And so I'm going to go through the bibliography to kind of give you a sense of what I've included, and then you can pick, can you hear me? Yeah. You can pick what would be useful for you in the classroom. And because this isn't a unified talk, please feel free to interrupt me and to ask questions about a specific section that you might want to incorporate into your teaching.
into your classroom work. So this is kind of informal in that way. Okay, and then at the end, I'm going to mention some of the publishers who have published recent translations of contemporary literature. But along with that, I'm going to ask Yuki and Brian to come up, and then we'll kind of have an informal discussion about the kinds of translated works that you might want to include in your courses. And so that'll be a little bit more casual, but I'll just do the bibliography first. Okay. And so my main logic in terms of compiling this bibliography was to try to find materials that you might find useful. And the main, I start with these general histories because I think that that's kind of the best way to start to get an overview of at least modern Japanese history, and then to incorporate some of the cultural practices or ideas that are widely circulating in news or media. And when Linda Gruber when I was asked to take part in this, she mentioned that there were a lot of Japanese students from Japan who would, and part of a conference like this would be to learn how to interact with foreign students. And being a child of immigrant myself, I know that it's kind of hard to alone represent an entire culture. So I find that starting with a history creates a kind of medium. It allows some kind of mediation where you're not starting from scratch, and you're kind of not asked to represent an idea or some kind of social, social stereotype, but that you could actually discuss specific events or areas and certain things and kind of use that to communicate. Okay. The first section includes general history books, and I tried to choose books that are recently published. And these academic publications, as you know, have the perspective on history changes every decade. So I think that just to keep up, these works kind of present the latest historical treatment of Japan, or Japanese history. And I found the Gordon, I've TA'd a class that's used the Edward Gordon's Modern History of Japan, which is very accessible. And they also have a website, which you can access. And I'm going to be referring to a lot of websites because I think that those are probably easier to access for you. So this is the text, but they have a website that gives a general overview of certain. This includes a summary of certain historical texts that are discussed in history. So if you're dealing with a particular event or just some idea, you could look through the indexes and contents of these history books, which give you a sense of the kind of words or terms that are key in dealing with these histories. And you can tell from today that 1945, 1868, there are certain moments that are very important in organizing how to understand Japanese history. Okay. That's not just worry. So, and I've also marked with this arrow books that are at your library. So I didn't want to introduce too many books that you'd have to go out and buy. But there are a number of books, and there's a second list, I think, in your folders that is all books that are in the library that probably may be useful to you. So please refer to those. Okay. So after the reference books, after the history books, I also have, I have reference books. This is page 2. These, I think these are useful. They don't give a kind of historical narrative, but you can look up specific terms that you might be referring to in your teaching. And one in particular that I think might be useful is the Columbia Companion to Modern East Asian Literature. And I'm just going to show you, let's see. I couldn't paste the table of contents from this Columbia Companion. You can see that some of the listings, there's a couple pages on historical overview, the idea of the modern subject, nation and nationalism. So these are very short descriptions of key ideas that, without having to read an entire book, entire monograph, you can try to get a general summary of certain key ideas. Also, this I guess kind of encyclopedia has short sections on various authors, writers, playwrights, poets, who you may want to, that they come up that you want to introduce in your courses. And I just put in bold some of the authors that are widely read, and found in bookstores and translations are doing well. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But if you look at some of the content of this book isn't in your library, but it might be something that would be useful to have if you want to have some accessible summaries of key ideas. Recreating Japanese Women is another, that's a collection of essays that deal with specific, well, I guess it's actually presenting more historical essays on specific ideas relevant to women that may not haven't been dealt with in depth in the general histories, or kind of left out of the more mainstream histories. So, and this book is available online, I believe. So I provided the link to that, and I think you could actually access this. So there's something called ebooks through the University of Michigan, and I think you can download. And these are accessible for teaching, maybe, or even just to get knowledge. And you don't have to read the whole thing, but you can pick and choose chapters that sound interesting to you. Yeah, so you can actually download chapters. You know, women in changes in the household division of labor, life cycle of a farm woman in Tokugawa, Japan. So depending on your specific interests, these types of essays might be useful for you. Again, 20 pages tops. Not that time consuming. Okay. I've included some dictionaries. Yeah, that's also very self-explanatory. Also, Professor Thompson provided some very art history reference text on page 3. If you're interested in art history or want to look up things that he talked about today in his discussion, these are useful reference books to have. I don't know if any of these books are in the library, because I got this after I did that search, so you can check that out. Also, I've included both anthologies and monographs that deal with specific time periods, and I think you could tell that we were referring to specific eras, Meiji, Showa, I guess we didn't say Taisho, but the reign names that divide Japanese history. Oh, speaking of which, I didn't provide this on the bibliography, but this is the web address, oxfordjapan.org/. timeline.html. This is a timeline for all of you who want a general timeline. This is modern. There's some controversy over when Japan's modern period begins, and 1600 is kind of a little bit early modern, but it's when it's kind of a good starting point for some. So if you like, I think this list actually compares it to Asia and the world, so you can get a sense of the context, the global context. And so if you want an easy timeline, you know, big main events, this might be useful to kind of contextualize. Even, you know, if you're reading a novel, you know, from the 30s or 1930s or, you know, 1910s, you can kind of get a sense of, or place it in context of things that are going on in Japanese society. Okay.
Could you repeat that last website again?
Yes, it is. And I believe that Marie, who organized this on our end, said that there's going to be a website that compiles all the presentations here. And I also have to get some book suggestions from the speakers as well. So we'll include this on that website. But just for now, it's oxfordjapan.org. timeline.h/timeline.html. Okay. So, and then because my time period, that my specialization is in Meiji, the late 19th century, early 20th century women, I think some of the books on the list reflect that specialty. So this is not, you know, comprehensive by a long shot, but I just wanted to give you some works that might be useful for you. And what I'm also going to do is, and I hope this kind of is a start, you know, if you have specific things that you're looking for, that you can look at some of these books, look at the indexes, look at the bibliographies of these books to look for specific things that you might find useful. In the bibliography itself, I think, for example, on page 5, Sharon Minicello, Japan Thinking Modernities. This is a work that has a collection of essays. So again, this is an important period for Japan, thinking about how to think about Japan's modernization and all the political, all the controversies that go with identifying Japan as modern or not. Especially from an American perspective. Okay, this is again. So let me briefly just go to these websites. For fiction and nonfiction, I also looked up some of the works that are in translation. And if you look up in the library under translated from the Japanese, they're very limited number of books that appear, and I don't think all the books that are translated from Japanese are listed in the catalogs as translated from the Japanese. I didn't put Donald Keene's translations into the fiction, nonfiction section because a lot of those works are excerpts, and so I included anthologies that have short stories that are fully translated. But he is accessible. I think those works that he's translated are accessible. So that is a name to keep in mind. Some of the recent translations are coming from two publishers, and this Kodansha International has been translating for a while, and they have this website, which I have in the bibliography, but I just searched under literature and fiction, and then picked fiction here, and these are recent translations. Also, wartime memoirs, detective fiction, Black Rain, I think some of you may be familiar, atomic bomb literature. Natsume Soseki is another famous novelist, modern novelist, who's writing in the pre-war. So this is another website, and I think these provide synopses. Yeah. So you could, reviews, reviews. And another website is Vertical. That these are the latest translations of very contemporary authors, and we're gonna, when I bring Brian and Yuki up, we can talk a little bit about contemporary new religions and some of also the pop culture and youth culture, and the translation into English of these. So these might be popular with your young students.
Sorry, are these, are these on, I'm looking through this, this website is not listed on here, is it? Is it on our bibliography?
It is, it should be, it's under fiction, nonfiction on page 7. No, not page 7, page 6.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if you're following me in the bibliography, this is all here. Yep, page 8, I'm sorry, my page is all. Page 8, sorry. Okay. And then I'll just run through some of these internet sites, so you can just see them, and then maybe just pick the ones that might be useful to you. So this website, I can't go in order because I didn't save these addresses and these links in order. But okay, on page 9, on page 9, the fourth item. This is the Japanese historical maps. If you'd like, maps is University of California Library has all these maps are available if you're interested. And I think it's any questions so far? So a lot of these that I've listed will be, maps, photographs, currency, political posters from the 1930s. Okay, so I don't know how useful this map is, but you get. If you'd like to know the natural, the natural resources, and so I haven't explored this one, but for those who may want to, there's this huge resource of maps. I'm just going to go over. Soon. Oh, okay.
They have the things in print, right? I mean,
Yeah.
wanted to highlight.
Are there any in particular that you think you might use? Or are there any that are not on here that, are there specific issues that you might be interested in? That I think, the web is a great place for resources, and, Google and find, this is just to narrow it down so you don't get any old website. There's so many out there.
And many of these emphasize the topics we heard about today. So that's nice coordination.
Yeah. I've also listed newspapers, online newspapers that are in English. Oops.
Professor Field's book is listed on page 6.
very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, my presentation, you know, I think this is basically what we need. The one thing that I didn't find at the Moraine Valley Library that I thought was very useful for me is this site called JSTOR, which has access to academic journals online. And I looked it up, and there is actually, you know, a site for signing up as a community college. And so I don't know if they can make those kind of arrangement, but JSTOR, you can search by topic, by author, you can limit it by time period, and get relatively recent articles on Japanese history, Japanese literature.
Leslie at the back is one of our reference librarians. Maybe she could look into that for us.
I know that we do review a lot of our academic journals every year because of subscription fees.
Sure.
We have to be selected.
Yeah.
For academic journals, we usually use Academic Search Premier, or Expanded Academic, or ProQuest.
ProQuest, yeah. So, I mean, ProQuest is similar. So, you know, I think those are good if you don't want to read an entire book or even to get reviews. Book reviews are useful. But yeah, maybe that's if you can get that, JSTOR might be useful. And then another one just to emphasize, if you'd like to keep up with .org. Oops. It's kind of an glad it wasn't work. So yeah, this deals with it's an electronic journal on politics, economics, society, culture, and I thought actually at UChicago alum has written an article on U.S. congressional resolution, which called "When Japan Takes Accept Responsibility for Wartime Comfort Women." So I think this kind of provides useful articles on current issues, political, economic, various things that might be good if you want to kind of find out what's going on right now. Okay, so that's basic. Oh, and then the thing that I think films may be a useful way to think about Japanese culture, and I just this is the website for the Center for East Asian Studies, where Brian is the outreach coordinator. And he has given me permission to give you the address. You can download this from the Japanese collection, and this lists all the films in our collection. And why I give this to you is because each of these lists give short synopses of various documentary films or movies, so you don't have to go on a wild hunt for any old movie. And so these are films, if you kind of look through it, you can do a search for a certain term that you might want to use that in some way, or you can just short one.
Will you send that when Lorraine sends the other things?
Can we do that? I mean,
The website address.
yeah, well, the website address.
So we have it all together and then.
Well, this is in the bibliography, this web address, so you can download it yourself. And then what I also wanted to include was we have a film series at the center, and one last year was particularly, I thought, good. I mean, two film series, and there's a listing. We showed movies in order that were a mixture of documentary films and films about Hiroshima, and so these are kind of a select few. If you want, a kind of series or kind of ones that did well, that really, I think, the students received very well. This might be a good place to start for movies if you want to show them or watch them yourself. Okay, so I think that's pretty much just kind of an overview of the bibliography. And yeah, okay, so I'm going to ask Brian and Vicki to come up briefly, and then we'll just kind of fill in a little bit more of the contemporary stuff on film and religion. And that'll be it. Thank you. Because the books that Brian mentioned in his talk aren't translated yet, we thought that maybe, because some of the books that relate to the issues that he was talking about are mostly published from this publisher, WWII. Maybe you can tell us a couple of authors that you can write down if you want to, that you might want to look at in recent literature, and then also Yuki can kind of fill in a little bit of how some of this youth culture is connected to new religions that you didn't really get to.
Okay, well, I mean, just speaking off the top of my head, Vertical has been very on the forefront of publishing a lot of genre authors. So, for example, if you follow film in America, you probably notice that there's a whole bunch of adaptations done of Japanese horror films lately, starting with The Ring and then going through The Grudge, and there's more in the works that are Dark Water. Many of those are based on novels, and there's particularly one, Shoji Suzuki, who wrote the novel for The Ring and for its sequel to Spiral, and also the novel that Dark Water is based on. Those are all translated and available through Vertical Press. And they're really sort of interesting. He's not really a literary genius, but he is a doctor who decided to write horror, branch out into horror writing, and became phenomenally successful with his sort of specific brand of ghost story blended with kind of fears about infections and things like that. So it's a lot of virus stuff going on in it. Another doctor turned author is the author of Parasite Eve. I can't remember his name actually because I don't know what else is written, but that's also translated and available here, where the mitochondria within our body's cells confederate and take over.
And they actually provide a synopsis here.
Right.
On this
and I believe that was also the basis not only of the movie in Japan, but the really phenomenally popular video game here, Parasite Eve, which your students might be, or you might be familiar with. Related specifically to my topic is a novel by a woman named Randy Taguchi that's called Outlet. She, in real life, she was she is a internet columnist, and she had a brother who was a hikikomori who died. And so she died of being a hikikomori, he starved. And she meditated about this in her column, and then was approached by Gentosha, a Japanese publishing company, to novelize it. And so she made a trilogy based on these that are, I think, completely fascinating takes on the issue.
Would you mind spelling her last name, please?
Taguchi. And she spells Randy like the English Randy. Randy. Anyway, I think that she's really interesting, and I'm anticipating her other novels in the series to be translated soon as well. Oh yeah, and then the other novelist that I talked about, who has a lot of translations out, mostly not through Vertical, but through Kodansha, is Murakami Ryu Murakami, who actually the little tester you put up there of 69 is one of his novels. His most famous and representative novel is Coin Locker Babies, which is an 80s novel about the end of Tokyo. 69 is a memoir about his kind of bumptious boyhood during the Ampo riots that Norma talked about during the 60s and 70s. Or 69.
Also, just as a side note, this book, All She Was Worth by Miyuki Miyabe, I think is a useful book to find out about protective novel, but it also explicitly talks about the legal system in Japan, and it might be kind of a fun way to learn about.
It's about credit card debt.
Yeah, credit card debt, which is also a problem. You know, with the problems.
What's the title?
All She Was Worth. I listed it in the bibliography.
And in that vein, there's also Kira no Natsuo's recent Out, which is another mystery thriller type that is about, also, besides being a thriller, about labor relations in a factory that makes those bento boxes for the convenience stores. It's about 4 women who work the night shift, who then start getting rid of their husbands. So it's a fascinating read, and it also has a hikikomori character in it as well. Actually, one of the main woman's son. He's not quite a hikikomori, but he stays in his room and doesn't talk to her. He just slips out and goes to his job and comes back. So, should I hand it over to you?
Sure. Is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to talk about new religion, which I was not able to touch upon in my presentation. New religion usually refers to new religious movement, and actually right before the Meiji Restoration and right after, so the 19th century. And there are actually 3 different time periods that religious movement, new religions emerged in Japanese society. The first wave is around that time period, the 19th century. And in the 1920s and 30s, again, another movement which is sometimes referred to as new religion. And then there was another, the third period of new religious movement was post-war era, and that was sometimes referred as to new religion. And so there are 3 different periods of times the religious groups emerged. A number of new religious groups emerged, but it seems like the time is concentrated for a decade or so during that time period. And especially, I would like to talk about Om Shinrikyo, which is a new religious group, and they are well known. They are infamous because of this incident which they caused. Some of you may be familiar with this incident, but they poured out the sarin gas, the underground of Tokyo. That was 1995, and there were a couple of studies came out afterwards. One of them is Ian Reader's book. He is Reader, R-E-A-D-E-R. He is a British scholar, and he talks about this violent movement. He is.
I'm terribly sorry, but we're getting a lot of static.
Oh, okay.
And apparently the battery is down. So I think we can hear you.
Okay.
Without it, according to Gray's recommendation. Okay.
You have to bring them.
Yes, so Ian Reader also is the scholar who has written some of the books on new religion. And Reader, Ian Reader. Okay. And he, some other scholars actually tried to analyze this Om Shinrikyo, and Om Shinrikyo is based upon Hinduism, borrowed some Buddhist ideas, but then eventually they also took the idea from the Messiah, from Christianity. So there is another kind of Japanese tradition of syncretism or amalgamation of different religious traditions. And some scholars say that they use this apocalyptic view, and it's not just them, but some of the new religions after the post-war era, they use this apocalyptic view very often. So the end of the world is near, that kind of understanding. that kind of worldview in order to urge people to act out right now. So, but some scholars say that often the time the apocalyptic view they use is based upon the Hiroshima-Nagasaki experiences, which was also criticized, that everything is reduced to the atomic bombing. But interestingly, there are other scholars who is saying that, who is also looking at new religion and new religions. His name is Robert Kisara, K-I-S-A-R-A.
We'll put it on the website.
Yeah, sorry, I get confused about his last name. But he is actually now a professor of Nanzan University, Nagoya, in Japan. I think he's a native of Chicago, actually. And his book, Prophets of Peace, he is saying lots of those new religious groups they make this mission to spread the message of peace. And he analyzes what each religious group focuses on. But one of the things in the conclusion, what he is trying to summarize is that Article 9, which Professor Field was talking about, Article 9 and the experience of the atomic bomb seems to influence those peace movement. His argument, however, is very critical about it. He thinks that the peace movement of those new religious groups were naive. The concept of peace is very naive, especially considering that Japan was under the umbrella of American nuclear umbrella. So that's his critique. And I have a mixed feeling about this atomic bomb rhetoric. On the one hand, I think that it is important for us to know, and not only as a historical event which took place 61 years ago, because it's still relevant to our society today, how we can think of nuclear weapons. And there are many things which was not so much well known. For example, how many nuclear warheads were stored on Earth, and the United States have experienced the nuclear bombs 1,274 times or something like that. So those things which is relevant to think of the atomic bomb. However, on the other hand, as I said in my presentation, I'm very alert, I'm very afraid and scared and threatened by those right-wing people in Japan using the atomic bomb experience in order to glorify Japan. So I am very alert by that, because I think this is not, I think the movement or the rhetoric to make the atomic bomb experience as a property of the Japanese people is very, very dangerous.
And two documentaries on the Om Shinrikyo that are available are A and A2. So those are pretty easy to remember. So if you want an excellent documentary on the Om and the sarin incident and what happened afterwards, A and A2 are very good.
And speaking of literature,
No,
I have not read the book, but Murakami Haruki interviewed those people who were victimized by that terrorist attack.
There's a translation called Underground, which is a series of interviews of those who survived or who survived the series. So I think that's basically. Do you have any questions specifically? If not, then I think that would be.
Sorry.
Oh yes.
More sorry. Is there any, I know it might be just too soon, but are there any good books that you could recommend about, I find fascinating right now about modern Japan, this sort of clash of old and new Japan with the problems that they're having with elderly and just how the face of it, is there anything you can recommend? Is it just too contemporary about what's going on right now, or is it just too soon?
No, there's not never too soon, right? One of the better books that I've read about, and that I rely upon, is Mary White's 2002 book. Her name is Mary, like Merry Christmas, not like Mary and Joseph. Oh, wow. And it's called Perfectly Japanese, and she does casework with in-depth interviews with different families of different social strata within 90s Japan, and then counterposes it against governmental edicts having to do with, especially, trying to drum up the fertility rates in Japan. And she argues that the government expectations on these families to produce more and more children and is basically untenable with the actual living conditions in Japan, and the lack of structural support there is for things like making enough money to support a baby, while being also expected to be a good wife and not have permanent employment, things, binds like that. I think she's very good at dealing with that.
Thank you. Did you say aging too?
Yeah, is there anything?
Try Margaret Locke, L-O-C-K-E, and Sharon Terfagan, Traphagan. I think a lot more will be coming out on aging.
That seems to be and then is there any immigrants or foreigners in Japan?
Well, but I think Michael Weiner's Multicultural Japan is a good place to start.
Yeah.
That's a basic, and then the bibliography for that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's in the bibliography.
Thank you very much.
Anything further for any of our speakers? Except our appreciation. Thank you again.
Turn up the heat on your career plans this summer at Moraine Valley Community College. Convenient schedules let you complete a class in as few as 3 weeks. Advance your education with instructors who care about your success. Earn credits to transfer to a four-year college or train for today's hottest careers. Choose day, evening, weekend, or online classes that leave lots of time for summer fun. Classes are forming now. Call 1-877-YES-MVCC or click morainevalley.edu. Moraine Valley Community College, the place to be this summer.